Diba? Their peace in a pot. Bigla mo iniwan sa ere yung kapatid mo. For this guy? For this guy? Why? What the heck? Kung kailan nandiyan na kayo, kung kailan nasa posisyon ka para impluwensyahan yung kapatid mo na tulungan siya na diba? Instead na nandiyan ka. May utang na loob daw si Amy sa Duterte kasi sa pagpapalibing sa tatay. Oh, ito na lang thank you very much for this comment. Pero ito na lang, habang buhay mong hahayaan ang sarili mo na magbabayad ka ng utang na loob kahit pumalpak na sila, kahit nagkamali na sila, magbabayad ka pa rin ng utang na loob. Nasaan ang good faith? Nasaan ang good faith? Parang hindi ko yata nakita ang good faith. Wala kang makitang good faith dito sa mamang to eh. Sasabihin niya, kaibigan turing ko sa'yo, kaso sumusobra ka na. Kaibigan pa naman kita. Gulol eh. Fentanyl. Diba? Oh, ito. Hindi mo rin pinagtanggol yung kapatid mo dito. Alam mo, ayaw mo may sumira sa mga Marcos, sa pangalang Marcos. O ito, anong sinabi mo tungkol dyan? Wala naman tayo narinig na statement eh. Galing kay Senator Amy. Wala man lang siyang sinabi na tama na po, wag po natin pag-usapan. Tatay Digong, pasensyahan na lang, di ba? Na ganun. Wala. Iyak. Nga. Tayo expect. Ba't ka mag-i-expect? Akala ko ba ay mo may masisirang Marcos ulit? Siya yung nagsabi niyan eh. Hindi raw niya papayagan na may isa na namang Marcos na sisiraan. Ano tawag mo dito, Senaimi? Ano tawag mo dyan? Puri? Hindi, puri ba ang matatawag yan? Parang hindi yata. Sorry. Ito. Tibaste. Tinawag na tamad si PBBM tapos pinag-resign. Okay. Ang sinabi ni Senator Amy, tawag dito, nag-sorry daw. Baste. Sinabi niya. Sabi ni Senator Amy, Mayor Baste approached me to say sorry over and over again. I understood him, etc. etc. Nung una, medyo bisit pa tayo dito sa ano na to kasi pinagtanggol pa niya si Baste. Di ba? Pinagtanggol si Baste eh. Pagkatapos siraan yung kapatid mo, pinagtanggol mo pa si Baste. Di ba? Nabwisit pa sa'yo si Baste. Pinagtanggol mo na, pinira ka pa. Ano pang sabi sa'yo? Tantanan mo sila, di ba? Mabait pa to Manila Standard, hindi sinabi yung isa. Yung kalahati ng message. Ano sinabi doon sa kalahati ng message? Tantanan mo sila, di ba? Huwag mo silang gamitin sa drama mo. O, tapos, pagkatapos nito, anong ginawa mo sa Naimi? Okay na kami. Imagine. Diyos ko talaga. Binastos na yung kapatid mo. Binastos ka pa. Ikaw mismo ang binastos. Tapos, sasabihin mo, okay na kami, nagkausap na kami. May naninira lang sa amin. Ha? Hindi ka na-offend doon na sinabi niya sa'yo? Asan yung super ate? Wala nang super ate ng Pangulo. Wala na. Wala na. Ubus, wala na yun. Wala na yun. Wala na yun. Tapos na yun. Wala nang super ate ng Pangulo. Wala nang tamang Marcos. That's BS. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. Pardon my French. But it is what it is. Tapos magaganito ka ng statement. Dadagdag mo pa to. So dinami ng sinabi mo kahapon. Kanina pala. Dinagdag pa to.
Baon naman sila. Yun na nga ang problema kung tutuusin yung dalawang principals natin, si Presidente at sa trabaho naman sila. Yun na nga ang problema kung tutuusin yung dalawang principals natin, si Presidente at saka si Inday Sara. Okay naman sila, nakakapagtrabaho, ginagalang ang isa't isa. Pero ang daming amuyong ang daming gustong magulo, ang daming gustong masira ang unity. Kaya nalulungkot ako kasi sana kung wala nung toxic politics na ganyan, di sana umuusad na tayo, wala tayong iisipin kundi yung pag-unlad, yung tulong sa tao. Sana dun na, solid north, solid south, o di ba? Hindi na wala na makakayanig niyan, matatag na republika na yan. Abay, eto, gulo na naman. Very unnecessary, di ba? Hindi ko maintindihan ng logic, kundi talagang personal gain, ambition, and
Hindi ko naiintindihan din. Hindi ko rin
Hindi ko talaga magets eh.
Hindi ko rin magets. Hindi ko rin magets. Alam niyo kung bakit? Hindi ko magets kasi mas madaling maintindihan kung yung kabila hindi nagsasalita. Naiintindihan niyo ako? Kung yung partido ng dugyot. Yung partido ng Shidigong hindi nagsasalita. Kaso hindi. Mas maingay pa sila kaysa sa presidente. Ngayon may prayer rally na naman daw na nakaschedule sa 25. Ano na naman maririnig natin doon? Ano na naman kababuyan na maririnig natin kay Shidigong doon? Buti sana kung tahimik lang si Shidigong eh. Kaso hindi. Sasabihin, wala nang unit team. Wala nang unit team. Or at least the unit team that we knew is no longer there. Wala na yun. Wala na yun. Wala na yun. It's gone. It's gone. Wala na yun. Wala nang unit team. The unit team that we knew is no longer there. Bakit? Kayo nagsira. Pinabayaan nyo. Pinabayaan nyo eh. I would blame them, yung principals. Kayo nga yung principals eh. Kayong tatlo yun eh. PBBM, si VP Sara, at Senator Amy. Kayo yun eh. I would put blame on all of you. Bakit? Hinayaan nyo yung mga amuyong sa tabi-tabi na diktahan kayo eh. Si Sara, inayaan niya na kumampi siya bigla kay GMA. Eh, alam namang amuyong yun. Si PBBM, tinotolerate si Martin Romales. Eh, amuyong din. Alam nyo, matagal ko na sinasabi to eh. Marami lang di naniniwala sa akin. Pero ang totoong sumira ng Uniteam, hindi si PBBM, hindi si Sara, hindi si Senator Amy. Si GMA at si Martin. Kasalanan nyo yung lahat. Kayong lahat. Kasalanan nyo yung lahat. So, hindi nyo magets? Why not try looking at the mirror at sabihin nyo sa sarili nyo, kasalanan namin to. Kami ngayon mga supporters nyo, now we were forced to choose a side. Pinabayaan nyo eh. Kayo yung principal, kayo na yung nagsabi, kayo yung principals. So dapat kayo masunod. Kaso hindi kayo nasusunod. Ang nasusunod yung mga nasa tabi-tabi nyo eh. May away si GMA, may away si Martin. Dinamay nyo yung mga sarili nyo. Diyos ko, away nila yun eh. Nagsalita bigla si Sara, biglang para kay GMA. Diyos ko, my goodness. O ngayon, saan kayo pupulutin? Inumpisahan nyo dun eh. Tapos ngayon, dinala nyo sa pulburon video, sinakyan pa ni VP Sara. Parang kayo rin yan eh. Ano bang ginawa ni PBBM? Nagtrabaho. Pinagtanggol pa nga si VP Sara ilang beses na. Hanggang doon sa punto na tinawag siya na bangag. Anong sinabi niya? Pinagtanggol pa rin niya si VP Sara. Pinagtanggol pa rin si VP Sara hanggang doon sa nung tapos tawaging bangag, tamad, tsaka kung ano-ano, pinagre-resign. Ano sinabi ni PBBM? May tiwala pa rin ako kay VP Sara. Sa akin nakakita ng ganyan. Hoy, Nora Elong, wag kang bulag. Kang bulag. Una, kung kumakampi si PBBM kay Martin, sorry. Hindi ko susuportahan si Martin. Kahit balatan nyo ako ng buhay at tapon sa dagat, hindi ko susuportahan si Martin. Kayo na lang kung gusto nyo. Huwag nyo pilitin. Sabi ni Jarcruz, mga dilawan nga pinupwesto niya eh. Ganyan kabait si PBB. Okay. Parang unity. Tanggapin na natin lahat yun. Move on na tayo. Now we're forced to choose between two sides. So, sorry. Marami nang mulat kay Digong. Marami nang mulat kay si Digong. Sorry. Pahirap kampiyan taong nagpe-fentanyl. Kasalanan nyo yan. Kung walang unity at sinasabi nyo hindi nyo gets, you are in denial. It's all your fault. Kayong tatlo yan. Kayong tatlo yung nandyan. Kayo yung principal, sabi nyo. Diba? So, kasalanan nyo yan. Kasalanan nyo yan. Tanggapin nyo yan. So, ito pa isa. Sabi niya, o doon na naman siya sa mga naikinabang daw sa mga Marcos.
Itaguyod natin na yun, talagang itaguyod natin yung kailokuan, itaguyod natin na eto naman ang mga tao dito sa Ilocos Norte ang nagsakripisyo para sa ama ko, nagsakripisyo para sa pamilya, halos 4 na dekada na inaape, talagang pinagtatanggal sa trabaho at kung ano-ano na nangyari. Tapos yung nakikinabang, nag-aabuso, parang hindi ko tanggap. Ayoko nun kasi hindi naman sila nakakatulong sa pamilya. Wala naman silang puso sa atin. Wala naman sila nung mga panahon ng gipitan. Kayo naman yun. Yun, talagang itaguyod natin yung kailokuan, itaguyod natin.
Dapat din na nagsalita ng ganyan si Senator Amy, mukha pang ano eh. Mukha pang ano eh, parang mafia ang dating eh. Kung sino yung tumulong sa pamilya, dapat. Di ba? Ang pangit, politiko kayo, di naman kayo mafia eh. Di naman kayo sindikato. Pangit. Dapat di na siya nagsalita ng ganun. Pangit. Anyway. Pangit tuloy nung ending nun. Parang if anything, Senator Amy, let me say this. As a person who encountered si PBBM and his team at si Senator Amy at ang kanyang team, isa lang po masasabi ko, at ito real talk to, nakakalimot nga kayo. Totoo yan. Yung salita na ano, yung mga Marcos di nakakalimot. Siguro sa tatay, siguro sa ama, tsaka sa ina, kay Apo Lakay, tsaka kay Madam Imelda, siguro sila yung hindi nakakalimot. Pero yung mga anak, I know that for a fact. I know that for a fact. So wag niyo sabihin sa amin na hindi kayo nakakalimot. Nakakalimot kayo. Alam ko 'yan. It's a fact. But anyway, going back. Senator Amy, you have to put your money where your mouth is. Ibig sabihin, pag sinabi mong ayaw may nasisiraan ni Marcos, gawin mo. Maniniwala lang kami sa'yo pag naipakita mo na naumpisahan mo ng batikusin si Shi Digong dahil sa mga kung ano-anong pinagsasabi niya sa kapatid mo. Hindi, Ernesto. Please. 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 Anyway. Put your money where your mouth is. Totoong ipagtanggol mo si Presidente. That's a challenge. Alam nyo kasi mga kotsero, simula nung umupo si Presidente up to present, wala siyang sinabing maganda kay Presidente. Kasi yun. Tapos i-justify niya na ganito. Wala ako sinasabing maganda kay Presidente kasi I'm loyal opposition. Kahit kumukontra ako sa kanya, alam niya mahal ko siya, ganyan. Ganyan din naman kami ng tatay ko, ganyan. Hindi mo siya tatay. At hindi ito 1986. Hindi ito 1973. Hindi ito martial law. Kung ganyan noon, baka hindi na umuubra ngayon. Ulitin ko. Kung ganyan noon, baka hindi na umuubra ngayon. Baka baka naman, siguro one time in the 6 years na uupo si PBBM, kahit one time lang, may sabihin kang maganda sa kapatid mo. Kahit one time lang, suportahan mo yung kapatid mo. Kahit one time lang. Kahit one time lang. Kahit one time lang. Wala eh. Wala tayong in-expect eh. Lahat kontra. Wala nang sabing maganda eh. So sana, hopefully, one of these days, matuto ka naman purihin yung trabaho ng kapatid mo. Kasi maraming nagagawang maganda yung kapatid mo, hindi nyo lang napapansin. Kasi, feeling ko, etong si Senator Amy, masyado na siyang malalim sa echo chamber ng mga Duterte Balahura supporters. Feeling ko wala na siyang ibang nakakausap. Madam, baka gusto mong umalis dyan sa echo chamber na yan. Try mong umalis dyan. Try mong iwanan lahat ng mga DBS na kasama mo at sumama ka ulit sa mga loyalista. Kahit hindi mo na yung mga nakaposisyon. Yung mga nasa grassroots, mga katulad namin na grassroots lang. Iwanan mo muna yung mga politiko, mga celebrity, mga showbiz people na kasama mo sa DDS. Try mong ulit sa mga loyalista. Nakalimot na to eh. Sobrang sobra siya lumayo sa feeling ko kaya siya nagkakaganyan, sobrang lumayo siya sa mga sa mga bagay na magkokonekta sa kanya kay Apolacay. Right now, the only thing you have in common with Apolacay is the last name. That's about it. That's about it. Ulitin ko, Tagalogin ko. Ang bagay lang na meron ka na galing kay Apolacay ay last name. That's it. That's it. Mukhang kinain ka na ng sistema ng mga DDS eh. Hindi na siya nag-iisip ng diretso. Nakakainis. Nakakainis. Anyway. So hanggang dito lang po muna tayo for today's video, mga kochero. Okay. So shoutout tayo ng mabilis. Shoutout tayo mabilis guys. Salamat sa mga nagbigay ng stars, si Wadas Bodega, Ann Beringel, Marls Jam Villanueva, Fiel Lope o Lope. Ayan, salamat sa inyong mga stars. Okay, mabilis ang shoutout lang to guys ha. Soliven, San Jose, Rosemary Munoz, Aris Luna, Babes Flores, Nestor Jr. Narvasa, Takahiro, Joel Ragindin, Maria Sara, Tabs, Pepe Malonzo, JQ. Salamat sa kay ito pa pala, meron pa pala mga super chat, no? Roger Lagarde, Denzev Love, Likes. Okay. Salamat po sa inyong super chat. Chopaeng, UB, Liweway Castillo, Tess Villanueva, Manggagoy Bisliga, Name Legion, Tom De Castro, Eileen Corb, Kenneth Reyes, Liodi Collado. Wait. Benz Taloza, Madeline Ventura, M1 Star, Danny TV, Dennis Asis, Alexis Santos, DJ Super Mario, Max Drive ROG, Ronald Osorio, JC Francor, Tenfold, Jojo, Froilan Soberano, Christine Dolores, Choi PH, Edel Toto Baldueza, Arnold Fernandez, Lynn Mariano, Joseph Machete, Rebecca Alas, Feli May, or Malaysia, MY, Evelyn, LB Vlogs, Kenneth Reyes, okay. Wait. Berto, Zenaida Villanueva, Ate Trexie, Shelf Rob Thomas, Dins Mandapa, Tabs, Jojo, Raiden Shogun. Yan, dito lang muna tayo guys. Ayan, Chris San Andres. Okay. So mga kotsero, hanggang dito lang po muna tayong muli sa ating live stream. Okay. Huwag niyo po kalimutan mag-subscribe sa Coach Jared YouTube channel. Paki-follow na rin po tayo sa ating Facebook page para kayo updated sa mga ganap sa aking channel. And I'll see all of you in our next Coach Jared Live. God bless and see you next time, guys. Bye! Pag ganun, huwag natin gawing tanga mga Pilipino. Mas maganda kasi nasa lugar ka ng tama kaysa yung pinipilit mo yung pagkakamali.
はるか昔、宇宙のどこかに高度な科学文明を築いた星があった。ついに完成だ。怨念増幅装置ハッチ100。これでサイヤ人どもをハッチ100、我らツフル人の恨みを飲み込んで。ハッチ100、サイヤ人をいつの日か。それから長い年月が過ぎ、時は来た。今こそ復讐の時。ドラゴンボールスーパーサイヤ人絶滅計画。
水をあげましょうね。可愛く咲いたね。
なんだあれ。
ソンくん、ごはんくん。
待ってましたよ。
一体何が起こってんだ？
今
世界中が大変な状態になってるわ。
皆さん、外出をお控えください。先ほど謎の暗黒惑星から各地に降ってきた装置がここ西の都でも危険なガスをばらまいています。地球はどうなってしまうのでしょうか。
ひどいですね。
通称デストロンガス。あらゆる生命を奪い尽くす恐ろしい代物よ。ソン君、ピッコロ、あんたたちだって例外じゃないわ。私の計算だとあと70日後に地球は絶滅してしまうわ。
一体誰がこんなことを。
それだけの兵器を使いこなせるのはツフル人だけだ。
ベジータ。
ツフル人だと。
かつて俺の親父に滅ぼされた種族だ。惑星ベジータはもともとツフル人が暮らす星だった。だがそこに漂着したサイヤ人は連中を根絶やしにして星を自分たちのものにしたんだ。
それじゃあツフル人の目的は。
俺たちサイヤ人への復讐だろうな。
そんな、それで地球を巻き添えにするのはおかしいですよ。
私もデストロンガスの解析を進めて対策を立てておくわ。ソン君。
あ、
ああ、ひどいありさまだな。
父さん、母さんの言っていた通り、これは長居すると僕たちもヤバいですよ。
みんな早くデストロンガスを止めぞ。あれだな。
俺に任せろ。これでおしまいだ。
何？
貴様らの力ではそのバリアは壊せんぞ。
フリーザ。
僕がこの手で一刀両断したはずなのに死んでなかったのか。
愚かな猿どもめ。貴様たちサイヤ人は俺たちが抹殺してやる。
俺たち？
はい。久しぶりだな。
クラ。
また会えて嬉しいぜ。
スラッグ。貴様らに殺されたサイヤ人の恨み、お前らにわかんのか。タレス。どういうことだ。みんな父さんが倒したはずなのに。
何を今さら無様に殺された奴らがこの身の程知らずめ。
おお、ずいぶん立派な口が叩けるようになったものだな、ベジータ。どちらが本当の身の程知らずか、その身で思い知るがいい。
来るぞ。こいつが本物なのか。
何？不死身か。
いくら倒してもキリがない。
お、そろそろかな。フリーザ。
体が。これは。
あらゆる生命を奪い尽くす恐ろしい代物よ。
デストロンガスの毒が効いてきたようだな。
もう泣いて謝っても許してあげないからね。
終わりだ。
消えてなくなるがいい。
じゃあね。
デストロンガスの解析が済んだわ。そしてこれが中和剤よ。
デストロンガスが消えた。
気が戻ってきた。
こんな短時間でやっぱりすごいな。母さんは。
試作品だから少しの間しか効果はないわ。この隙にフリーザたちなんてちゃっちゃっとやっつけなさいよ。
これなら
覚悟しろよ貴様ら。
俺たちの運命をなめるなよ。
運命？どういうことだ。
やっぱり偽物だったんでしょうか。かよう様、聞こえっか。
うん、悟空よ。どこかにデストロンガスやフリーザたちを操る者が潜んでおるのかもしれん。西の都の装置は止まったが世界各地のはまだ作動している。元凶を倒さねば地球を救うことはできんぞ。
わかった。あそこか。
さらに憎しみを増して戻ってきたか。まだまだもっとだ。極限まで怨念エネルギーを吸収した時、我らの復讐を成就させる最強の戦士が誕生する。来たかサイヤ人。
おめえか。デストロンガスを操ってんのは。
いかにも。私はツフル人最高の科学者ドクター・ライチ。 貴様らサイヤ人に滅ぼされたツフル人の恨みを晴らすため、この怨念増幅装置ハッチシャックの力でゴーストとして蘇ったのだ。
ゴーストだって？
なるほど。フリーザやスラッグたちを蘇らせたのもお前の仕業か。
今すぐデストロンガスを止めろ！
断る！復讐こそ我が望み。地球がどうなら私ったことか。おとなしくデストロンガスでくたばっておけばいいもの。私自らの手で息の根をためてくれる。貴様たちのパワーではこのバリアを破ることはできない。地球と共に滅びよ。
おめえの恨みなんて知らねえ。地球を巻き込むな。
おのれサイヤ人め。
ファイナルフラ
ッ！おのれファイナル！
Bring Nova Amazing goodness and enjoy a crunchy, delicious snack. Nova Amazing!
おとなしく眠ってろ。
とんでもねえやつだったな。人の恨みのエネルギーが集まるとここまですげえのか。
これで終わったと思うなよ。積年のツフル人の恨みがこの程度で消え去るものか。はっちやっけ。今こそ我が怨念を吸収し完全なる姿に目覚めるのだ。なんというパワーだ。こんな木を見たことはない。北の銀河は終わりかもしれん。
面白くなってきたな。
あれがさっきの機械か。変身したのか。
滅びろ。
ベジータ！
サイヤ人は皆殺しだ。
化け物め食らえファイナルフラ
バカ レンジャーカノン。
ベジータよけろ
とどめだ。
奴が防御する瞬間エネルギーが消えた。確かにパワーはブロリーより上かもしれねえ。だけどトランクス、ピッコロ、ベジータ、15秒ですね。オラがチャンスを作る。お父さん。まだだ。まだだ。
こらえろ、ご飯。悟空さんが作ってくれるチャンスを無駄にしてはいけない。
滅びろ。
今だ。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、いけー。
みんな頑張ったわね。
悟空ご飯ピッコロトランクスベジータ、お前たちのおかげで地球のすべての生命が救われた。
たく悟空さん、ご飯ちゃん連れてどこで遊んでんだ。おやつの時間だ。早く帰ってこーい。
わっ、お母さん怒ってる。じゃあ急ぐかご飯。
はい。ママ、おかえり。あ、どうしたんだその傷。なんで服がボロボロなんだ。
So, kamusta po mga ka-Streetwise? Ako po si Takeru Miyamoto at welcome po sa aking munting channel. So, mga kababayan, ito meron po kasing festival na nangyari kahapon. So, yung festival na yan, ang pangalan ay Tan-Ok Festival. Yan, Tan-Ok Festival po yung pangalan na yan. So, actually, hindi ko naman ito masyado na research kung ano yan. Bali itong Tan-Ok Festival pala na to, ano to hindi pala siya religious na fiesta. Parang hindi siya religious na festival. Ano siya? Cultural na festival siya na ginaganap po taon-taon diyan po sa Ilocos Norte. So yun, yung mga kaibigan po nating masaswerte na nasa Maynila ay nagkaroon po ng pagkakataon na pumunta po diyan sa festival po na yan. And then ako talaga ay naasahan ko na talaga na pupunta si Amy Marcos diyan. Yun nga lang, 'di ba, nung pumunta si Amy Marcos, nag-speech si Amy Marcos. So out of nowhere biglang nag-comment or nag-message si Mami Peng doon sa group chat namin. Kasi meron kaming group chat niyan Kami nila Mami Peng, kami nila Al, tsaka mga ibang mga vloggers. So ito nga so sabi ni Mami Peng, sabi ni Ali Bugha pala bakit parang walang dating si Amy sa mga kaharap niya. Tapos sabi ni Mami Peng, tumahimik nga nung siya. Pero nung di siya nagsalita, ang saya ng lugar. Hindi nga. Mamaya may video to, mamaya. Papakita ko sa inyo mamaya yung video. So ngayon, mga kababayan, ang sinasabi ni Mami Peng, na andun mismo sa festival nga po ng Tan-Ok Festival po sa Ilocos Norte. So, ang una daw, ang saya-saya daw po na festival. Kasi parang meron itong dramatization. Di ba, nung about sa kung paano nagtanggol ng mga taga Ilocos Norte yung lugar nila at saka kung paano yung tungkol sa panggagamot or healing kasi medyo cultural nga itong festival na to. So ang saya-saya daw kasi nagpe-perform yung mga participants, and then nung nagsalita na raw po si Amy Marcos, tumahimik daw. And then mga kababayan, pati si Admin Rich nag-live kanina. At ang sabi rin ni Admin Rich, meron din daw pong tagapalakpak si Amy Marcos. So alam niyo yun mga kababayan, di ba, kunwari merong sa isang pagpupulong, may nagsalita. Minsan talaga, meron talagang mag-i-start na magpalakpak para magpalakpakan lahat. Pero dito napansin talaga ni Admin Rich na yung pagpapalakpak nga daw po ng mga tao, meron talagang starter. At yung iba, medyo napilitan na nga lang daw po pumalakpak. So yan, syempre mga kababayan, wala naman ako dun sa mismong venue, pero ito po ay base sa mga tao at mga kaibigan po natin mga vloggers na nandun. Base po ito sa kanilang nakita. Okay, so bago natin panoorin yung video ni Amy Marcos, panoorin muna natin yung video ni Admin Rich na yung sinasabi niya nga na napilitan lang daw po pumalakpak yung mga ibang mga tao. So ayan nag-live stream siya kanina. So, ito. Panoorin natin sa Admin Rich siya. Sige.
So yun mga guys, no? Hindi ko naintindihan So mga guys, kasi kinakausap ako nila kay hindi ko siya naintindihan dahil nga nakafocus ako dito, no? So, yun nga mga kaibigan, no? Parang ang daming nadismaya dun sa tingin ko lang kasi iba yung response ng tao. Tapos mga kaibigan, syempre Marcos yun pumalakpak na lang din yung mga tao kasi kumbaga merong nasa unahan na parang palakpak tayo. So pumalakpak na rin yung mga tao pero hindi ganun hindi ganun ka, sa tingin ko lang parang marami doon napipilitan. Pero ako hindi talaga ako pumalakpak. Nakasimangot nga ako eh. So, mga kaibigan, ang ano ko kasi dito, yung sinasabi pa niya na yun nga, parang ganun din yung may naghari-harian, tapos kesyo Marcos siya, tapos yung palagi niyang ginagamit yung pangalan ni Apo Lakay, no, ng tatay niya.
At patuloy na natin doon. So at least mga kababayan, ang pinupunto ko lang dito, nanlalamig na rin po talaga sa mismong baluarte ni Amy Marcos yung mga tao sa kanya. So ang punto ko lang kasi dito mga kababayan, di ba, inamin din naman ni Amy Marcos na may mga tao nagagalit sa kanya at may mga tao natutuwa din sa kanya. So ang tawag kasi doon mga kababayan, selective bias. So mas matimbang pa rin kay Amy Marcos yung mangilan-ngilan ng mga DDS na natutuwa sa kanya, pero yung mga loyalista mismo, sa mismong baluarte niya, parang baliwala lang sa kanya. Parang selective bias nga tawag doon eh. Kahit na may naririnig na siyang pangit, binabaliwala niya lang yon at mas nakikinig pa rin siya doon sa mga DDS na nakadikit sa kanya. Yan. So, yan si Admin Rich. Magaling yan si Admin Rich, no? Medyo underrated nga lang, no? Pero magaling na vlogger to, no? So, ngayon mga kababayan, ito yung sinasabi ko po sa inyong video ni Amy Marcos. So, ngayon hindi ako masyadong nakakaintindi ng Ilocano, pero meron akong translator dito eh. Meron akong nakuwang message na nagta-translate ng what we call this, ng naging mensahe ni Amy Marcos dito po sa festival po na to. So for the sake lang po na hindi pa po nakakapanood ng video na to, especially po sa mga Ilocano, panoorin nyo na lang po to kasi nagsalita ng Ilocano dito si Amy Marcos. And then i-translate na lang po natin kung ano yung sinabi niya. Okay, sige, panoorin natin to
Si Yusek Dale Uy Pamintuan, our Regional Director for Tourism, Super Suki ng Ilocos Norte, Jeff Ortega, to all our honored judges, sa ating mga opisyal, ang magigiting at magagaling na mayor, vice mayor, ang ating mga bokal, sa inyong lahat.
Akala, patuloy ko muna doon, no? So dito, napansin nyo mga kababayan, nung nagsalita si Amy Marcos, tahimik. Kumbaga walang wala yung parang yung mga tao hindi excited na makita si Amy. Tsaka may narinig pa ako nakukwentuhan. Parang nakukwentuhan pa yung iba. Parang wala silang pakialam kay Amy. Kasi hindi tulad nung nung naalala ko kasi nung kampanya, 'di ba? Pag si PBBM nagsalita noon, andun ako nasa backstage ako noon Kita mo yung parang enthusiast yung mga tao, yung natutuwa silang mapakinggan si PBBM, tahimik na nakikinig. Pero ito naman tahimik pero may nagkukwentuhan. Kasi naririnig ko may nagkukwentuhan Okay, yan naputol ko lang kasi napansin ko kaagad Sige, tuloy natin
Happy Tanok. Again, tuwang-tuwa po ako makauwi muli. Nakarigrigat launayan apo.
Teka lang. Teka lang. So ngayon mga kababayan, patuloy ko lang kasi ngayon ko lang napanood talaga ito ng medyo nakinig ako So ang sabi ni Amy Marcos, happy Tanok. Kaso lang nagpalakpakan. Di ba dapat meron magpapalakpakan ng ganun, di ba? Yung happy festival. Woo! Di ba dapat ganun, di ba? Pero nung nagsalita na nga si Amy Marcos na happy Tanok Festival, wala walang pumalakpak. Tapos na sinabi ni Amy Marcos na natutuwa ako na umuwi dito sa Ilocos, wala rin pong pumalakpak. Wala. Kayo ba mga kababayan dyan po sa 847 na nanonood? Siguro naman majority sa atin PBBM supporter. Kayo ba matutuwa ba kayo nito? Na nakita ninyo ang isang Amy Marcos na imbis na makatulog sa kapatid, pabigat pa, na nagsasalita sa harapan. Kahit din ako mga kababayan, baka nga, hindi nga ako makatiis yan, baka magbupa ako yan Hindi nga, baka lang. Kasi pag nandun ako, puta, Amy Marcos to baka boo! Baka excuse me, baka mapaganoon ako Di ba? Tama, di ba? Di ba tahimik yung mga tao? So ngayon, ito na. Nagsalita na nga po ng Ilocano si Amy Marcos dito. Sige, panoorin natin ha.
Tanugan. Yan tanong pa'y ha saan ang nagrigat may sa Marcos. Adong tinamagulwan. Ada kada kayo ang makagura pa'y tanyakon. Ngayon adamit latta, dagiti agtuntuloy as sumusuporta. Kilala ninyo ako, hindi ko ugali ang sumuko sa probinsya, sumuko sa pamilya. Hanggat kaya pa natin. Kakayanin natin kahit mag-isa, kahit ginigipit, kahit pinipigilan, kailangan kong lumaban para sa inyo, para sa atin, kahit ako ang pinaka-nasasaktan. Sana po, gaya ng pag-iisip ninyo, ako ay isang kapatid. Manang, may presidente kayo. May saakmet as senador. May saakmet na ina. May pananagutan para sa susunod na henerasyon. Then, baka nalipatan nyo pa yan, may saakmet na anak. Balasang nga kay di Ferdinand Edralin Marcos. Di may pagtatangsit tayo, ani Apo Lakay. Kataan ko pulos malubusan, aperjenta manen tinagan a Marcos. Ikarkarigatan tayo, nga inilablaban, dagito'y madipod ini upingakpay. Nasakit no nasakit, narigat no narigat, yan tiustuket maikalintagan. Ken timadi, ket agnanayon, tulata amadi. Kakailyan, gandami upat na dekada, kayo ang narigat, kagwa kayo alimaban. Dagiti kakailyan kayo nga agserserbi ang gobyerno, tinikat dalatan nga awan anyaman. Di naman lang pulos na asin. Nakaad-adu a soldado ken pulis at taga norte. Kinapanda inusan ti uniforme ken jayaw. Ket idi awan ni tatangkon. Mailemlemeng ken maibabain ti maysa nga Ilocano. Itata nga nakabangon tayon, isuda adi tayo kadwa, hindi panawen ti rigan-rigat, dagiti awan pulos sakripisyo da, dagiti nagpakaimas iti biyag, may kuskustil tayo, isuda miten dagiti agar-arin. Agar-rami din, iti kinapangas ken awan babain, ang perperdi, iti puli, ti Ilocano. Para kadagiti nakikubkubat, banwar, ken dagiti apo tayo, ang nagkauna ng nangrut.
Ay, tama na yan, hindi ko maintindihan. So ito mga kababayan, no, kung kanina, meron kayong narinig kanina na pumalakpak ng konti, ayan yung sinasabi ni Admin Rich, na may nagpapalakpakan sa harapan para sumunod yung iba. Yun nga lang mga ka-streetwise, no, napansin talaga natin na talagang wala talagang dating. Walang dating. Sa mismong baluarte niya mismo sa Ilocos Norte, walang dating si Amy Marcos. Oh. So, ang punto nga dito mga kababayan, paano maniniwala yung mga taga Ilocos Norte kay Amy Marcos, mismo kapamilya niya nga, sinusuwag niya. At saka, mas lalong makaduterte si Amy Marcos kumpara sa kapamilya niya. O dyan po sa mga Ilocano po na nanonood sa akin, anong masasabi nyo nga po sa pagsalita ni Amy Marcos ng Ilocano? Kasi parang may binabase eh. Parang ano ba, parang pilit ba? Parang ano ba yan? Parang hindi niya native tongue yung Ilocano, di ba? So ayan nga mga kababayan, sinasabi ko po dito. Bakit hindi na lang kaya siya doon magsalita sa Davao at doon siya mag-Ilocano? So, sorry, inubo pa ako. Hindi nga, di ba? Bakit kaya hindi na lang ganun gawin ni Amy Marcos? Doon na lang siya pumuntang Davao at doon siya magsalita ng Ilocano. So yun mga kababayan, so malinaw dito na talagang, siguro naman nakita nyo naman, na talagang walang dating sa mismong baluarte niya. So, ang binabanggit ko nga dito mga kababayan, di ba? Kung sa mismong baluarte nga, niya mismo, is wala na siyang dating, paano pa kaya sa ibang lugar? Naniniwala ba si Amy Marcos na itong mga taga Ilocos na nadidismaya sa kanya is mas matimbang pa rin yung suporta na nakukuha niya sa mga Duterte? Actually, may mali na doon. Kasi isipin mo, baluarte mo, hindi ka hindi overwhelming yung pagtanggap sa iyo. May problema na sa political career mo niyan. Ibig sabihin nun, kasi sino ba namang gago naman kasi na kapatid mong presidente imbis na makatulong ka, pabigat ka pa? Oh. So ito mga babayan, no? Okay. Ang punto ko lang dito mga ka-streetwise, dapat naintindihan na ni Amy Marcos to, na sa pagkakataon na to, na ay teka lang, no, yung mismong baluarte ko ayaw na ata sa akin. Dapat naisip niya na yan eh. Oh. So ngayon, sa hindi lang po nakakaintindi, so ito yung sinabi ni Amy Marcos, no, base po sa nagpasa sa akin, no. So ang sabi niya dito, such a joy to be back home. Great guests and judges, tuwan-tuwa po ako makauwi muli. Yan, so nung binanggit niya ni Amy Marcos na tuwan-tuwa ako na makauwi muli, walang pumalakpak. Parang ibig sabihin, hindi umuwi ka dito, wala kaming pakialam. Kasi mga kababayan, ganun eh, 'di ba? Kunwari, isang politician na alam mong maayos, na isang senador, pag pumunta yan sa bayan mo, at sinabi ng senador na yan, kunwari sa Iloilo, 'di ba? Merong isang Ilonggo na senador na naging popular sa Iloilo. Oh, kapag umuwi ng Iloilo yan at sinabi niya na natutuwa akong bumalik sa Iloilo, magpapalakpakan yung mga Ilonggo. Pero dito po sa Ilocos, yung same scenario, wala pumalakpak. O yung pumalakpak yung mga staff niya lang din. Parang starter. Oh, tapos sabi niya pa dito, napakahirap na talaga, Apo, na isipin, pero kailan ba hindi mahirap maging isang Marcos? O, mahirap pala maging Marcos eh. Madaming naguguluhan, madami na din ang nagagalit sa akin, pero meron pa rin yung patuloy na sumusuporta sa akin. Ayun nga yung punto, Amy Marcos. Di ba, marami na nagagalit sa'yo at mismong baluarte mo pa yung nagagalit sa'yo. Pero wala kang pakialam doon, mas iniintindi mo pa rin yung mga sumusuporta sa'yo. Supporter mo na yan. Di ba yung iba madikit sa iyo eh, o kaya supporter, kaya sumusuporta sa iyo. Pero mga kababayan, bilang isang politiko, red flag na 'yon. Yung mismong baluarte mo, hindi ka natanggap. Oh. So ang sabi niya, mahirap pala maging Marcos. Di wag ka magpaka-Marcos. Ganun lang pala, hindi magpaka-Duterte ka. Ang sabi niya dito, di ba? Kailan ba hindi naging mahirap ang maging Marcos?
7.
O, mahirap pala maging Marcos, hindi magpaka-Duterte ka?
40.
Ay, nakakaloka. Tama, no? So, sabi niya pa dito, no, kilala niyo ako, hindi ko ugali ang sumuko sa probinsya, sumuko sa pamilya, hanggat kaya pa natin. Kakayanin natin kahit mag-isa. Kahit ginigipit, kahit pinipigilan, kailangan kong lumaban para sa inyo, para sa atin, kahit ako ang pinaka nasasaktan. Oh. Actually, mga kababayan, dito sa sinabi ni Amy Marcos, wala pa rin pumalakpak. Wala pa rin. Kung meron man mga staff niya yon. Di ba sabi nga ni Admin Rich, di ba? Hindi nga ako pumalakpak. Sino mga utang ko pa nga? Ay, kaloka. Kaloka. Malamang loka-loka to kasi puro kaloka. So sabi niya pa dito, no? Alam ko yung mga Ilocano na intindihan yung sinabi ni Amy Marcos, pero syempre ako, Tagalog naman ako eh. Ako nga, Ilonggo nga ako, pero hindi ako marunong mag-Ilonggo. Sabi dito, no? Continue natin, no? Sana po, gaya ng pag-iisip ninyo, ako ay isang kapatid, manang ni presidente natin, isa akong senador, isa din akong ina. May pananagutan tayo sa susunod na henerasyon at baka nakakalimutan natin, isa din akong anak. Dalaga ako ng dating Ferdinand Edralin Marcos. Ang may pagmamalaki ko na si Apo Lakay, yan na ginagamit niyang tatay, na hindi ako papayag na nasisirain nila muli ang pangalan ng Marcos na pinaghirapan nating ilaban mula nung bata pa ako. Una mga kababayan, ang totoong nagpaangat po ngayon sa pangalan ng mga Marcos, hindi ikaw Amy, si Bongbong Marcos, yung kapatid mo. Di ba? Si PBBM po, di ba? Siya po yung unang naging senador. Siya po yung unang nanalo ng national election na Marcos mula nung bumalik kayo sa Pilipinas. So kung meron man na nagpaangat ng pangalang Marcos na sinira ng mga dilawan dati, hindi ikaw yon. Si Bongbong Marcos yon. Si Amy Marcos yung pangalan ng Marcos na inangat ni PBBM, sinisira rin mismo ni Amy Marcos. Ang tanong, sino ba yung unang naging senador? Di ba si PBBM, di ba? Oh, so ang unang nakatikim ng pagkapanalo sa national election at bumalik ang tiwala ng mga tao sa mga Marcos, kung pag-uusapan natin yung national, kasi yung Ilocos, hawak nyo na yan eh. Pero yung national, na napanalo ni PBBM, nung siya yung tumakbo bilang senador, yung kapatid mo yon, hindi ikaw yon. Kailan ka lang pa naging senador? 2019. Tandaan nyo mga kababayan, nung si PBBM yung naging senador dati, Aquino yung presidente nun. Si Pinoy. At nung may mga pagkakataon na si Pinoy ay ginigipit si Corona, si PBBM po yung isa sa mga senador na kumontra sa presidente Pinoy. Samantalang ikaw, Amy Marcos, nakikipaglokahan. Kaloka. Hindi nga, di ba? Hindi nga. Kung magsalita, akala mo siya yung siya yung nagpaangat ng pangalan ng mga Marcos. Hindi naman siya eh. Si PBBM Oh, pagkatapos, nung 2016, tumakbo si PBBM bilang Vice President, panalo pa nga siya dun eh. So ibig sabihin nun mga kababayan, hindi si Amy Marcos yung nagpaangat ng pangalan ng mga Marcos, yung kapatid mo. So ang lumalabas dito, insecure ka lang. Hindi nga, pasensya na mga kababayan, medyo nainis lang talaga ako kay Amy Marcos kasi parang pinapalabas niya na siya nagpaangat sa pangalan ng mga Marcos na dating sinira. Hindi naman siya eh. Yung kapatid niya eh. Kailan ka na ba naging senador? 2019. Si PBBM naging senador yan. Kailan ba? 2010? Tama ba? 2010 ba? Kung di ako nakakamali, 2010. At hindi lang siya sa Ilocos nanalo. Nanalo siya sa buong Pilipinas. O yun, so dahil doon na naging maganda yung imahe ni PBBM sa Senado at nung tumakbo siyang bilang Vice President is dinaya, kaya ka lang din naman nadamay. Kaya lang naman nadamay si Amy Marcos, kaya rin lang naman siya nanalo bilang senador noong 2019 dahil lang din sa kapatid niya. Kasi unang-una, maganda yung naging maganda yung naging imahe ni Bongbong Marcos bilang senador. Tapos nung 2016 election, naging underdog siya kasi nga dinaya siya ng election. O nung pumasok si Amy Marcos noong 2019 bilang senador, siya yung nahatak ng popularidad ni PBBM. Ang paniniwala ni Amy Marcos, porket siya yung ate, siya pa rin yung pinakamataas sa magkakapatid regarding sa politika. Wala ka pa nga sa kalahati ng naabot ng kapatid mo. Hindi nga, di ba? Sa mga naabot regarding sa politika, mas malayo naman yung naabot ni PBBM kumpara sa'yo. Pasensya na, medyo nainis na talaga ako. Continue natin. Diba? Sabi pa dito. Mali. May mali na naman siya sinasabi dito, Yung mali ay mali talaga. Mga kababayan, halos 4 na dekada na tayong magkasamang lumalaban. Ngayon, laban mo na lang mag-isa yan. Huwag mo nang idamay yung mga ibang loyalista. Laban mo na lang yan. Kasi yung laban kasi ni Amy Marcos, hindi na po laban ito ng mga Marcos, laban na po ito ng mga Duterte. Di ba isipin nyo, mamaya, papakita ko sa inyo mamaya yung ginawa ni Amy Marcos, no? Sige. Mga kababayan nating nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, basta na lang tinanggal. O kita mo, Hindi man lang sila naawa, napakadaming sundalo and police na taga-norte tinanggalan ng uniform at honor nung nawala ang tatay ko. Itinago at ikinahiya para sa isang Ilocano. Ngayon, nakabangon tayo, sila na hindi natin kasama nung hirap. Yung walang sakripisyo at yung napakasarap sa buhay, iningud-ngud natin pati mga naghari-harian at sumisira sa lahi ng mga Ilocano. Ewan ko lang, pero nakikita ko dito mga kababayan ang sumisira sa lahi ng Ilocano, si Amy Marcos. Isipin mo mga kababayan, no? Yung bagong Pilipinas na rally sa yung bagong Pilipinas na rally sa Luneta. 'Di ba mas pinili pa ni Amy Marcos na pumunta ng Davao kaysa doon? 'Di ba? Sa bagong Pilipinas rally doon sa Quirino Grandstand. Palpak eh. O, continue pa, sabi niya pa dito, para sa mga sundalo at bayani, ito ginamit ng mga sundalo, no? Bayani na nakapaglaban para kay Apola, kaya na ginagamit ng tatay niya, no? Ang respeto at pagmamahal. So ngayon mga kababayan kasi, no? Ewan ko lang kung napanood niyo tong video na to, no? Meron po ako naalala na video na sinabi ni PBBM na pag siya naging presidente, tingnan niyo ako bilang ako. Wag niyo akong tingnan nakasama yung tatay ko. Di ba parang mayroong ganong sinabi si PBBM noon eh? Na gusto niya ring ihiwala yung imahe niya sa tatay niya. Sino nakapanood noon? Press 1 nga. Kung sino nakaalala nung sinabi ni PBBM na yon, press 1 nga dyan. Na, di ba? Na yung imahe ko, akin yan, pero ihiwalay niyo yung imahe ng tatay ko. Sinabi ni PBBM yon. Pero itong si Amy Marcos, dinidikit niya pa rin talagang pangalan niya sa tatay niya. Nakita ni Brad Jeromsky, di ba? So, ibig sabihin daw fake. O Nidla Galvez. O, di ba? Nakita rin. O si E. O si Nurse Dimple, di ba? So, hindi ako fake news ha. Hindi lang ako nakapanood doon, napanood nyo rin yun. O si Chupaeng, di ba? O, di ba pero si Amy Marcos, dinidikit niya pa rin yung pangalan niya sa tatay niya. Lalo ngayon, hindi na sana yabang, pera at kakaunting otoridad sana madaplisan ng kadakilaan ng Ilocano. Mabuhay ang probinsya ng Ilocos Norte. Mabuhay ang Ilocano, mabuhay ang Tanok Festival. Diyos ang makapangyarihan. So, nung sinabi ni Amy Marcos to, wala pa rin pumalakpak. Walang pumalakpak. So, kayo mga kababayan kasi, ang sinasabi ko lang dito, si PBBM po kasi walang pakialam sa mga Duterte. Di ba? Nung naging presidente si PBBM, wala. Duterte, dating presidente, higitan ko pa yung ginawa niyan. Pero si Amy Marcos po kasi, ang hindi ko talaga maintindihan. Itong video po na to, ito yung example na sinasabi ko po sa inyo na yung laban kasi ni Amy Marcos, hindi na po ito para sa mga Marcos. Laban din po ito ng mga Duterte. So pakita ko sa inyo ito na-content ko na ito kahapon pero panoorin ulit natin. So ito po yung isa sa mga example na napapatunay na yung pinaglalaban talaga ni Amy Marcos, kasama na po dito ang mga Duterte. Sige, panoorin natin to So, hindi lang nakapanood, panoorin ulit natin to. Sige.
Yung previous administration, golden age po yun ng infrastructure development, kung hindi ako nagkakamali. But this year, sinabi niyo kanina, parang na-instantabe yung infrastructure development. How would this affect our economy?
Well, it's going to be a real disaster if we cannot prevent what we see in the DCWH budget. Ang liwanag kasi nakita natin, ang malalaking proyekto dito sa ating bansa, foreign assisted. Alam naman natin na mangungutang tayo o kundi papakiusapan na bahagi, hindi utang kundi grant. Ano man yun, na ano yung financing, kailangan talaga may parte yung Pilipino, no? So, magbibigay tayo ng bahagi nun bilang utang o bilang share ng grant. Abay, isipin nyo, yung buong GAA, yung buong budget, para sa 2024, zero ang linagay sa flagship project. Ibig sabihin, yung malalaking tulay, yung mga highway, yung mga puerto, yung mga airport na inaasahan natin, yung mga irigasyon na nag-iintay, etong at El Nino, lahat yan zero. Kasi zero ang foreign assisted project. Maliban pa dyan, zero rin ang right of way. Hindi naman zero, sabi, 300 million, ang utang 66 billion. Paano ka naman yan? Ibig sabihin, hindi na mabubuksan ng mga bagong kalsada kasi yung right of way, nakatenga yung lupa,
ayaw bayaran, edi syempre hindi masisimulan yung project. O di wala na naman yung right of way sa buong Mindanao, naghihintay yan sa buong Samar, sa buong Cordillera, wala na naman mabubuksan na bagong kalsada. Yung maintenance, kung nag-aalma tayo na matraffic ang EDSA, matraffic ang Metro Manila, matraffic ang Cebu, matraffic ang Baguio, lalala pa yan pagkat wala nang ma-maintain. Kung butas-butas at sira-sira yung mga kalsada, lalo pang masisira yan kasi zero na yung maintenance halos. Ang konti-konti na. Tapos yung pre-engineering, yung engineering, importante yon kasi doon pinaplano yung mga project. Paano yan kapag walang design? Bara-bara, kakaltasan na lang ng mga kontratista. Alatsamba na lang kasi wala nang program of work, wala nang aral, wala nang standard. Yun ang kinatatakutan ko talaga. At kasi pag sinabing Marcos, ang kinatatakutan ko at kinahihiya ko, talagang inaasahan ng tao, magagandang infrastructure. Yun nga ang binubuhay ni Presidente Duterte noong nakaraan. Magaganda, talaga nakakasindak na infrastructure, yung mga malakihan patapat.
Ayan ang pangit kay Amy Marcos. Binatikos yung kapatid, tapos inangat yung Duterte. Tapos mali pa. Di ba mga kababayan, di ba? So ano ba pinaglalaban ni Amy Marcos dito? Hindi na po tungkol sa mga Marcos to. Kasama na po yung mga Duterte sa pinaglalaban ni Amy Marcos. Ang pangit ng style, ang baho ng style mo. Binaba yung kapatid, nilait-lait yung kapatid, tapos inangat si Duterte. Samantalang tumaas po yung budget po ng DPWH natin, di ba? Napakita ko po kahapon na kung dati nga po yung budget ng DPWH ay nasa 600 billion. Ngayon po, nung panahon nga po ni PBBM, tumaas po yan ng 800 billion. At ilan lang ba yung natapos ni Duterte na build? Isa lang po itong propaganda, yung build ni Duterte. Propaganda lang naman yan. Sa mahigit 100 na pinangako ni Duterte na build, yung natapos lang po ata doon is 17 ata, no? O 16. Ibig sabihin nun, propaganda lang yung build. Si Amy Marcos naniwala. So ngayon mga kababayan, hindi nyo talaga masisisi yung iba kung bakit nainis na nga po dito kay Babalina. Diba? Kasi ngayon, ang sinasabi ni Babalina ngayon, makikipaglaban siya para sa tama. So ano ba yung tama para sa'yo? Na ipagtanggol yung mga Duterte? Ayun ba yung tama para sa'yo? 12 lang pala, no? 12, 12, nakalimutan ko na kasi, no? Kasi content ko pa mismo, nakalimutan ko pa 12. O sa mahigit 100, di ba? Sa 116, 12 lang yung natapos. So, ayan po yung pangit. Di ba, sinasabi ni Amy Marcos na buti pa si Duterte, 12 nga lang yung natapos. So, sinong di mainis dito? Walang problema, batikusin mo yung kapatid mo, pero yung sisingitan mo pa ng Duterte, doon mas lalong naiinis yung mga tao. Nakakainis na nga yung batikusin mo yung kapatid mo, understandable yun kung para sa bayan yan. Yun nga lang, ang mali kasi, inangkat mo pa yung mga Duterte. Pero at least ganyan, di ba? Wala pang 10% yung napatapos ni Digong. Sa lahat ng pinangako ni Digong na build, wala pang 10% yung natapos. Kasi iba-iba kasi yung iba-iba yung data eh. Merong 12, merong 16, merong 19. Iba-iba. Pero ang punto dito mga kababayan, yung build po ni Duterte, wala pang 10% yung natapos dyan. Naka-record po yan. So ngayon mga kababayan, ayoko naman tanungin kayo kung gusto nyo pa si Amy, siguro naman, lahat naman siguro tayo, ayaw na sa kanya. At sana, wag na siyang manalo. Kasi mga kababayan, kung kapatid niya nga, is binabalahura niya, paano pa kaya yung taong bayan? Kapatid niya na mismo yan. Kinain na siya ng inggit. Kinain na siya ng insecurities. Pinapalabas niya na siya yung nagpaangat ng pangalang Marcos, samantalang si Bongbong Marcos naman nagpaangat ng pangalan nila. So kinain na po ng inggit si Amy Marcos. So ngayon, di ba? Sobrang turn off na po talaga nito. Naniniwala ako doon. Di ba? So kayo mga babayan po sa 1,585 po na nanonood, sa hindi pa po nakakapag-like, pa-like na lang po ng video na to para po makatulong po sa algorithms po ng content na to. And then dyan po sa Team Replays, kayo ba? Ilang porsyento na hindi nyo na iboboto si Amy Marcos? Or meron pa ba na naniniwala na ang ginagawa ni Amy Marcos, kasi may mga ganung tao pa na ginagawa ni Amy Marcos ay isa daw po itong strategy na parang pag-spy daw po sa mga Duterte. Sabi ng iba yan, pero ako hindi na ako naniniwala doon. No? Yun, so pa-comment lang po sa baba, binabasa ko pong lahat yan. So thank you po mga kababayan. Yan, meron ng mga sumasagot. So, yun na, no, medyo nakakainis lang po talaga. No? So kita na lang po ulit tayo sa susunod po na content. Yun, para po sa team replace po yan. Okay? So, kamusta po mga kay-Streetwise?
O kamusta? Rejected ulit. No experience daw.
Ako rin eh. Must have good eyesight daw.
Kain na lang tayo.
Tara G, tara na sa KFC.
Kahit anong mangyari, may everyday dessert deals.
Laban ulit!
Starts at 45 pesos.
For centuries, there was harmony. The Titans were the guardians of nature, and the great apes became the protectors of humanity.
This is one of the strangest planets in our universe. Nicknamed the Burning Ball of Ice, this exoplanet can reach temperatures of over 500 degrees Celsius. But the strangest part? It has hot ice on its surface. Huh? Today, we'll travel to this exoplanet and find out why it's so mysterious. How is something like this even possible? Could we travel to it one day? And how dangerous is it? This is What If, and here's what would happen if you traveled to the hot ice planet. Okay, before we attempt to land on this exoplanet, first, we'll need to figure out how to get there. Time to hop into your futuristic spaceship and travel 30 light years away to the constellation Leo. It's one of the largest constellations in our galaxy, and it's comprised of 9 main stars, one of them being Gliese 436. It's a red dwarf star, meaning it's smaller and relatively cooler than our sun. Now, look around this star and you'll notice a planet just 4 million kilometers away. For reference, Earth is almost 150 kilometers away from the Sun. This is Gliese 436b, an exoplanet about the size of Neptune with a mass that's 22 times more than Earth's. Scientists discovered this planet back in 2004 and have been perplexed by it ever since. That's because it has some incredibly strange characteristics. Let's fly over and take a closer look. First, you might notice that this planet is moving incredibly fast. It orbits its star in just 2.5 days. Remember, we orbit the Sun in 365 days. Now, Gliese 436b's sun is doing a lot of the heavy lifting to dictate how this exoplanet behaves. One of the things it does is give Gliese 436b a comet-like tail. This tail is made up mostly of hydrogen gas, and it's moving away from the planet due to the close proximity to its star. Yeah, the extreme heat is forcing Gliese 436b's atmosphere to expand and escape. The tail is comprised of heat, radiation, and high-speed particles that are being sent off the planet. So, while we're trying to get close to Gliese 436b, it's best if you avoid the tail. If you do fly into it, your spaceship would likely melt and be chipped away by the debris. You know, we make a ton of videos here at What If, and we're always looking for new tools to make them even better. One of the tools we've been messing around with lately is from the sponsor of today's video, InVideo AI. Let me show you how it works. Once you enter the site, you're met with a prompt box. Well, here you can type whatever you want, but the more detailed, the better. I'm going to stay with our space theme and go with create a 1-minute YouTube video about exploring the planet Mercury. Make it funny and interesting. Then you choose your audience, platform, and the look and feel. And in just a couple of minutes, you get a generated video.
Think you've got a hot temper?
Mercury, the smallest planet in our solar system, might just give you a run for your money.
If you're not happy with it, just create a new version or make tweaks to the media or the script to get exactly what you want. You can even change the voice of the video. Then, once you like what you see, export and upload your video.
Think you've got a hot temper? Mercury, the smallest planet in our solar system, might just give you a run for your money.
You can get started with InVideo AI for free. It gives you access to millions of videos, voiceovers, and music, and if you really want to get serious, there's a paid option as well, without watermarks. Normally, producing something like this would cost you thousands of dollars, but InVideo AI has plans starting at just $20 a month. Check them out in the description.
Kahit hindi mo nakikita,
My Yum Burger!
dahil BVS, alam mo yum! Kahit maraming pagpipilian. Yum Burger ko to! Dahil BVS, alam mo yum! Choose only the BVS. Jollibee Yum Burger, alam mo yum!
Okay, that's enough lurking. It's time to land on Gliese 436b and see what it's really like. As you approach this new alien world, you'll realize it's unlike any other planet you've seen. It's got a thick outer layer comprised of hydrogen and helium gas. That's strange for a couple of reasons. But first, do you feel that temperature? As you continue to explore this planet, you'll notice it getting incredibly hot. Since it's so close to its sun, Gliese 436b can reach temperatures of over 500 degrees Celsius. Normally, this would melt your spaceship and everything in it. Yeah, including you. But assume that we've given you the proper equipment to withstand this extreme heat and to continue exploring. As you fly around the planet's atmosphere, you'd be perplexed. Your sensors are reading hydrogen and helium as the only two elements to compose the atmosphere. At temperatures this high, it's expected that methane would be part of the atmosphere. If we look at other planets in the solar system that are comprised of a lot of gas, methane is typically a key ingredient. But that's the thing. Gliese 436b isn't a gas giant. The further you get past its gassy atmosphere, you'll find something that looks like a planet's surface. But this surface is unlike anything you've ever seen, or even heard of. From up here, you'll notice that the surface of Gliese 436b appears to be icy-like. It's white and crystallized, similar to ice you might find on Earth. Except there's a significant difference. Remember, it's extremely hot on this planet. How is this possible? On Earth, water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius, but in space, things aren't that simple and are also a lot weirder. Water molecules can freeze for several reasons, including pressure. And it just so happens that Gliese 436b has a ton of that. Since this exoplanet is the size of Neptune, it has significant mass. This creates a strong gravitational pull, and strong gravity means strong atmospheric pressure. And this immense amount of pressure can cause the water on the planet to crystallize, creating what is essentially hot ice. The water can't become a liquid or a gas due to the high pressure, so you're left with an ice-like surface. Alright, now it's time to land. Once you reach the surface, you'll feel an incredible amount of heat. You felt some of it as you descended, except now it'll be even worse. Now you have to deal with this super hot ice. This material could be hundreds of degrees and burn your spacesuit instantly. Yeah, and I haven't even mentioned the pressure. Well, I have, but I haven't mentioned that the pressure that made the ice would also have a severe impact on you, too. You wouldn't be able to walk, and you'd instantly be crushed by the planet's immense atmospheric force. And as a cherry on top, your spaceship would be destroyed. There's absolutely no way you'd be able to survive on a planet like this. So there are definitely better exoplanets to check out than Gliese 436b. Maybe we should try to discover one that's even better than Earth. But that sounds like a story for another What If.
Okay, welcome back mga boss. At ito, gagawa natin ng video yung mga nagtatanong. May nagtanong sa akin, sabi niya, boss, yung todo okay yung speaker niya, malamang yung concert. Hindi ko alam kasi may ibang todo okay, di ba? Pero pwede kong i-assume siguro na yung concert AB502H todo okay din naman yan. Ang tanong niya, pwede daw kabitan ng 6 na speaker na tigpo 400 watts ang isa. So, hindi niya binanggit kung tigi ilang ohms at kung anong connection yung gagawin. So, pwede nating i-assume na ang gagawin niya dyan ay tawag dito, ang gagawin niya dyan ay 3 kada channel. So, 2 channel lang naman yung mga ganong amplifier. 2 channels lang talaga yan. So, 3 mukhang alanganin. Para sa akin, mukhang alanganin kasi hindi siya pantay. So, pag ginawa mo naman siyang siguro, ang maganda niyan mga boss try natin yung bagong app na dinevelop ni Speaker Corner. So, kung mga nakasubscribe kayo kay Speaker Corner, meron siyang dinevelop na speaker calculator app. Yan, na-inspire kasi siya nung ginawa nating topic yun, yung pag-calculate ng speaker na kinuha ko lang naman din sa Google. So, gumawa siya ng bagong design o kumbaga nag-develop siya para mas madali. So, nasa na yan mga boss? Nasa Play Store na. Tika lang, puntahan natin. Boss, ito yung punta muna tayo sa app. Pakita ko lang sa inyo. So, sinearch ko na yung niya. Ayan, speaker calculator. Lalabas. Ito yon. Itong speakers. Speaky RS. Yan. So, ko na yan mga boss. Na-install ko na. Ang na yan. Punta tayo dun sa pinaka na-install ko na yan. So, ito yan. So, ito yung Speaker Corner. Yan. Sabi niya may kasama daw dito na credit. Parang ginawan ko talaga ng video para hindi naman, kumbaga flattered naman ako dito, kaya natuwa naman ako na sinama ako sa credit. Yan. Yan. Kung mapapansin nyo, may ads. Ito, nabanggit si Amit Bogerns. Yan. Tapos nabasa ko. Basic Bob to, kasama ako sa nag-contribute siguro. Maraming salamat, Speaker Corner. Si MJ Florence Espartero, si Jongjing Nitibo, yan yung mga nag-create. So ako dyan, parang yung ambag ko lang yung video ko. Kaya yung kumbaga inspiration lang. So ganito, ginawa ko na to ng video sa Basic Bob sa main channel. Ngayon, sasagutin natin dito yung punta tayo sa kung series ang gagawin niya. So 3 ang speaker niya, di ba? So i-assume natin yung yung Concert 502H ay 1000 watts ang max. Kadalasan diyan ayon sa computation ng karamihan, hindi naman tayo kasi eksperto diyan. So hahatiin mo lang para makuha mo yung RMS. So ang ilalagay natin dito sa amplifier power in watts ay 500. Tapos ang impedance ng amplifier mo ay 8 ohms. So mag-add pa tayo ng isa. Yan, naka-series po yan. So hindi niya kasi nilagay kung tigi ilang ohms yung speaker niya. So 3, bali 6 yun, 3. So nag-assume lang ako nag-assume lang ako na 3 kada channel. So bali 6 lahat. So lagay natin dito. Palagay natin 8 ohms din yung mga speaker niya. Yan, calculate na natin para makuha natin yung result. So, ang total, kung naka-series lahat yung 3, kada isang channel lang to ang total impedance niya ay magiging 24 ohms. So, ang distribution ng power ng 500 watts ay ang ma-receive lang ng kada speaker, kada isa sa 3 ay tig 56 watts lang yung magiging tapon kung naging series connection tayo sa 3. Yan, series connection. So, yan ang magiging tapon niya. So, tataas kasi impedance pag naka-series. So, tandaan, naka-series connection po ito. Ngayon, balik naman tayo sa punta tayo sa kung ginawa naman yung parallel connection yun. So, ilagay pa rin natin yung watts ng speaker ay 500 watts. Assuming lang tayo dyan. So, lagay pa rin natin dito, tigi 8 ohms yung 8 ohms. 8 ohms. Hindi kadalasan kasi sa mga sa mga viewers natin, lagi lang nilang pinapansin yung watts ng speaker, hindi nila pinagtutuunan yung kung ilang ohms ba. So napakahalaga po na malaman nyo yung impedance ng speaker na ginagamit nyo. Napakalaking halaga po yan. Huwag kayong tumingin sa watts kasi handling capacity lang talaga yan. Napakahalaga po ng ohms na ayan. So nakalagay na tayo, tig 8 ohms na yan kung tatlo. So anong mangyari? Calculate natin. So ayan, nakakalagay na Fusion dangerous for amplifier. So bad na talaga to kasi kung iparallel mo yung yung tatlo na yan, ang lalabas 2.67 ohms. So over na siya kasi magdidemand siya ng 500 watts, 500 watts, 500 watts. So masama na yan para sa amplifier. Hindi na yan obra mga boss. Overheat na yan o overload na yan. Magki-clipping na yung amplifier niyan. Napakababa na ng napakababa na. So balik tayo, punta tayo kung series parallel connection naman. Dahil tatlo lang yun, sinasabi kong alanganin kasi pumapasok sa isip ko habang habang binabasa kong tanong niya, alanganin yan, kung apat sana pwede. So lagay natin itong dalawang to naka-series, ito naka-series yung isa, tapos itong isa naman dito naka-parallel yan, ilagay natin na na 500 watts kunyari lang. So yan, i-calculate na natin. So considered not safe na to sa amplifier kasi ang overall impedance niya ay 5.33 ohms. Yan. So hindi siya hindi rin siya maganda kung ang amplifier nyo ay tumatakbo ng 8 ohms. Pero kung ang amplifier nyo naman ay 4 ohms, pwede pa yan yung ganito. Series parallel. Yan. Yan. Calculate natin. Yan. So 5.33 ohms, safe pa rin siya. Yan sa calculate natin. Total impedance is 16, total impedance is 8. Yan. So ang mangyari dyan, ito na yung distribution ng power niya. So sa dalawang naka-series, 63 watts, sa naman ay 250. So anong ibig sabihin niyan? But 63 watts lang yan, samantalang ang dineclare dyan na speaker ay 400 watts. So 'di ba, mapapansin niyo walang kung mapapansin niyo, hindi i-honor yung ano ba tamang termino nito. So hindi magiging basihan yung kasi yung watts kasi ng speaker rating yan kung hanggang saan yung kaya niyang i-handle. Yung tinatawag yun na handling capacity niya. Hindi porkit nag-crank ka o nagkabit ka ng 400 watts amplifier ay matik na yung speaker mo ay tutunog na ng 400 watts. Magbabase pa rin yan sa itatapon ng amplifier. Katulad dito, nag-series parallel tayo. So, ang 500 watts na amplifier ay hindi naman niya matatapunan lahat yan. So, kung tutotalin mo yan, 250, 63. So, halos wala pang 500 watts. Depende pa rin yan sa connection at sa distribution ng wattage at power ng amplifier. So, kung ang speaker mo ay itong sa speaker 1B ay 400 watts o 250 watts lang din ang i-drive sa kanya. Dito naman sa dalawa, sa speaker 1A at sa speaker 2A, kahit 400 watts yan, ang power pa rin na papasok yan ay 63 watts lang per speaker. So wala pa rin. Para sa akin kasi alanganin talaga yung 3 or 6 na connection. Tutunog, ang tanong diyan. Tutunog ba? Tutunog po yan. Sigurado ako tutunog yan. Pero ang tanong safe ba? Maganda ba? Tama ba? So dito sa tatlong speaker kada channel, series parallel ang connection pero hindi siya pantay. Mapapansin mo magkakaiba siyang So possible sa tatlo na to ang tutunog ng malakas ay yung speaker 1B na nakakabit. Kasi 250 watts yung papasok sa kanyang power. Samantala yung sa dalawang naka-series 63. Pero kung dadagdagan mo pa ng isa pa yan na 8 ohms, yan, calculate natin. So ayan, pantay-pantay na sila. 63. So pantay-pantay na rin ang tunog. Yan. So paano yan mga boss? ito lang siguro yung pinaka-explanation ko dun sa tanong ni Kuya. At sabay na rin pag-promote dito. I-download nyo to yung app na speaker ano. Yan, i-download nyo to yung app na speaker corner o speaker calculator. Kung nagbabala kayo mag-connect dyan ng mga amplifier nyo, speaker sa amplifier nyo, maganda i-check nyo muna dito. Kumbaga parang gagawin nyo tong trial dito. Sige nyo. So, kung iniisip nyo mag-parallel o series connection, dito muna nyo malalaman. Kasi ito na yung magiging guide sa So download nyo tong app na to at sigurado ako makakatulong. Madalang kasi nagtatapik ng ganito noon. Kaya naisipan ko kasi marami nagsasabi na pag gumawa ka pag pinag-parallel mo yung dalawang 500 watts, 1000 watts na agad yung tunog. Hindi naman ganun. Depende pa rin yan sa tapo ng amplifier. So, yung amplifier naman kasi, magdidepende pa rin sa itatapon niya na power kahit sabihin 500 watts siya sa impedance ng mga speaker na ikakabit mo. O sa total impedance ng system ng speaker mo. So, ano ba yung system? Either naka-parallel connection ka, o naka-series ka, o naka-series parallel ka. So, baka balang araw pag may budget ako, makabili ako ng maraming speaker. So gagawa natin ng actual yan, mga boss. Pero nasubukan ko na naman to sa sa ibang speaker. So nagbabalak din talaga gumawa ng maraming speaker na Yan. So kung may mga hindi pa malinaw dito sa explanation natin, baka to follow, gawa natin ng additional video. Sa ngayon, hanggang dito muna tayo at God bless po sa ating lahat.
Tikman ang saktong tapang sarap ng Nescafe Classic.
Welcome po sa Pinoy Audio Tech, ang channel na may usapang medyo technical sa larangan ng audio o tunog.
Welcome po. Long time no here. Pinoy Audio Tech. Pagpasensya nyo kung masyado pong matagal bago ako nakabalik. Masyado lang pong busy. Pero first love ko po to. Yung pagbablog ng sounds. So, umpisahan po natin. Ang gusto kong pag-usapan ay ang pag-match ng amplifier sa speaker na marami po sa inyo ang hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin naintindihan. So, rated max at PMPO. So, ito po, ito po ang madalas na naririnig natin sa amplifier tsaka sa speaker. Ang rated ay pwede rin nominal, pwede rin RMS, habang ang peak, ito, max ay minsan peak. At ito naman pong PMPO, pag ang amplifier nyo o speaker, hindi naman nagkakaroon ng ganitong PMPO basta-basta. So, pag ang amplifier nyo po ay may PMPO, huwag nyo na pong pansinin dahil pampagulo lang po yan. Walang pinagbabasehan po ang PMPO. So, hindi na po natin isasali yan sa pag-explain dahil wala talaga pong pakinabang yan. May encounter akong Joson Mars yata. Ang rating niya ay PMPO. Kung pwede, Huwag po kayong bumili ng amplifier na ang rating lang po niya ay PMPO at hindi niya po nilalagay ang RMS or yung max niya, maximum. Paano kasi mahirap pong isugal yung pagkabit natin sa speaker, pagkabit natin sa amplifier. Isang gawin na lang po natin parang protesta sa mga gumagawa po ng amplifier, ang hindi pagbili ng mga amplifier na hindi nilalagay ang RMS o peak. Sa totoo lang po, dapat po RMS lang po siya. Nominal, rated, kailangan po naka-indicate dun ang power niya, pati ang ohms niya dapat po naka-indicate. Pag ang amplifier ay naka PMPO, mas maganda po huwag natin bilhin. Wala po akong galit kay Joson, pero may mga amplifier po na nabibili yung mumurahin galing China, pagamat halos lahat po ng mga brand dito sa Pilipinas ay galing China. Yung mga mumurahin na amplifier na motorcycle amplifier or car amplifier na naka PMPO lang, makikita nyo ang tataas ng PMPO watts, pero maiinis lang kayo pag pinatugtog nyo. So gawin po natin, wag na lang po natin silang tangkilikin para mapilitan silang magsabi ng totoo, magsabi ng kung anong RMS o rated power ang amplifier nila. Sa ibang bansa po, ang sinasabi po nila ay RMS, rated, or nominal. Pag ibang brand po, galing US, Europe, o Japan, yan po, naka-RMS po siya. Pero pag sa Pilipinas po, halos lahat ng brand, yan si Concert, Sakura, kahit na po si Kevlar, DB Audio, kung sino, ano pa po, halos lahat yan, puro, halos automatic po, puro naka-max ang watts nila, dahil para lang po maingganyo kayong bilhin ang amplifier nila. So ganito po, kaya po gusto kong pag-usapan ito, ay marami pa rin po ang nalilito, naguguluhan, dahil siyempre, bakit rated, bakit nominal, bakit RMS, bakit max, bakit peak. So ganito po siya. Paano kasi po kung halimbawa bibili po kayo ng bigas, sasabihin nyo, bibili po ako ng bigas 5 takal. Sa sari-sari store. Ngayon, sila naman po, ang sari-sari store, wala pong takalan. Ang meron sa kanila po ay per kilo. Paano po kayo magkakasundo? Hindi po ba? So, maaaring isa po sa inyo ay malugi. Yung isa po makalamang, yung isa po malugi. At mapagsimulan po ng away. So, ganyan po rin yung amplifier sa speaker.
Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Ang amplifier nyo po ay naka-max. Tapos ang speaker nyo ay naka-RMS. Paano po tayo magkakasundo niyan? Hindi po ba? So, kailangan po, bago po kayo tumuloy sa paghakbang, sa pagbili ng amplifier o speaker, para pagdesisyonan kung anong watts ang gusto nyo sa amplifier o sa speaker, ay kailangan i-balance nyo sila. Itugma nyo sila. So, kung ang amp nyo po ay naka-max, kailangan alam nyo rin po kung ano ang naka-max sa speaker na bibili nyo o ikakabit nyo para magtugma kayo. Kailangan po, pag naka-max ang amplifier nyo, kailangan ng speaker nyo naka-max din. Kung hindi sila magkakasundo. So, isa sa kanila ang masisira. Sigurado po yan. Ngayon, ano po ang relasyon ng max sa RMS? Sa Pilipinas po, naging standard po ang ang isang max, bawa po ang
Dad always told me, don't you cry when you're down. But Mom, there's a tear every time that I blink. Oh, I'm in pieces, it's tearing me up. But I know a heart that's broke is a heart that's been loved. So Dad always told me, don't you.
So welcome ulit sa channel mga boss. At ngayon meron tayong susubukan kung ito ba ay effective o hindi. So yan So crossover siya, dividing network to para dun sa base speaker natin o dun sa mga subwoofer. Madami kasing nagtatanong din dun sa video ko ng dividing network. May mga nagtatanong kung gagamitin lang nila. Doon sa 3-way, ang idea niya is gamitin lang yung woofer para sa kanyang subwoofer. So, hindi yun ang sayang naman, di ba? Sa bagay, ito, mas mahal to kumpara doon sa 3-way dividing network na kinabit ko doon sa aking full range. Ito kasi is 1,063 kasama ang shipping fee at medyo may katagalan. Halos 1 month siya bago nakarating. At eto siya, mga boss. Ayaw mag-focus. Or tinatalo ng ilaw. O malabo lang talaga ang mata ko. Yan So, laki ng coil. Tingnan natin. So, trace ko lang mga boss kung paano ang design nito para ma-share ko na rin yung diagram sa inyo sa mga gustong mag-DIY. At mamaya susubukan natin. So, habang nagpe-play ako noong channel ID, hanapin nyo na yung headset nyo kasi mas recommended na naka-headset kayo mamaya pag sound check natin ito. Yung wire niya, gauge 16, hindi ko lang alam kung ilang turn. Basta ang value niya is 10.9 millihenry. So nakasiri siya doon sa positive. And then gumamit siya ng 3 capacitor, 2 mylar na 3.9 UF at saka isa nitong malaking capacitor na to. Ewan ko nung capacitor to. So itong block na to is 10 UF, 275 volts. Ang mylar is 395J, 250 volts. So 395 3.9 UF. So nakaparallel lang sila at meron siyang bypass switch. Pag nandito yan, ang dadaanan lang ng signal ay itong coil, diretso na sa output, sa positive ng output. Ito yung circuit niya sa bypass. So pag nag-switch ka dito, nakahang yung kabilang side, hindi magagamit o hindi dadaanan itong capacitor na to kasi walang silbi. Isang side lang yung nakakonect, walang connection yung kabilang side. So pag nag-switch on, pag sinwitch mo dito yung switch niya, yung bypass switch niya, mako-connect sa ground yung kabilang pin at doon lang sila magiging parallel doon sa ating input. At yun, output positive, output negative. So ganun yung diagram. So screenshot nyo na sa mga gusto gumawa. So ito mga boss, gamit tong GX3. Left channel lang yung gagamitin natin. So nakapatay yung kanan. Nakasagad tong balance natin dito sa kaliwa. Dahil sa speaker lang ang gagamitin natin kasi isa to. Isa lang kasi ang pinuha ko muna dahil may kamahalan. Susubukan ko muna. No? At ang speaker na gagamitin natin ay ito. So, subwoofer class at naglagay ako ng car stereo tweeter. So, patutunugin muna natin. Sa ngayon, nakarekta yan. Nakakabit yan dito sa left channel ng ating amplifier. Wala tayong effector or DSP na nakaplug. Para lang marinig natin yung tunog niya pag hindi pa siya nakakabit dito. Tapos susubukan natin mamaya na naka-bypass tong switch na to. Ito lang yung dadaanan at itong mode na pati yung capacitor gagana. So yun muna gagawin natin. Ang gagamitin ko lang player dyan ay itong cellphone. So naka-pair na yung ating cellphone dito sa GX3. At magpa-play lang tayo ng kanta. And then lagyan natin ng volume. Siguro hanggang half volume lang ang gagamitin natin. At pakinggan, sana makuha ng mic ng camera ko ang recording. So ganyan yung tunog niya. May kasamang high kasi nga may tweeter tayo. So naka 12 o'clock tayo mga boss, ano? Sa volume. Ganun din yung gagawin natin. Same music. Ikakabit ko lang ito para makita natin o marinig kung maganda ba mag-suppress ng high frequency ito. So yung sound natin kanina ay direkta galing dito sa ating amplifier. Papunta na doon sa speaker. No? So ngayon pinadahan natin dito. First mode, yung naka-bypass tong mga capacitors na to, ang dadaanan lang niya ay itong inductor. So yung coil lang. Ganito yung sounds niya. So play lang natin. So ganun mga boss, ano? Nabago na kagad. Malaki na yung nabawas do sa high frequency niya. Yung tagistis na wala na, pero nandun pa rin yung mid, no? So ngayon susubukan natin yung mode 2 na kasama ng lahat ito ngayon. So pati ito sa capacitor, sa pinakita ko kanina. So dadaanan ng lahat 'yan. Tingnan natin kung ano ang tunog niya ngayon. So, ang laki nang nabawas, ano? Tingnan natin sa bass. Wow! So, mas malutong siya, mga boss. At yumayanig dito sa amin. Hindi kaya tayo mapagalit na kapitbahay nito. Dahil maganda yung naging sound output niya sa bass, naisipan ko tuloy ilabas na to. Dito kasi natin yan nilalagay. Yan. Diyan siya ilalagay sa D12. So wala naman yan nakalagay sa loob. Ginawan ko na lang ng paraan yung wire. So nakalimutan ko may banana plug din pala yan dyan. Sa tagal na. So gumawa ako nito. Ipapalit ko ngayon dito at i-actual ko doon sa D12 kung ano yung sound output niya. Doon sa D12. Sa mismong paglalagyan ko nitong dividing network na ito. Aray! Yanig bahay namin lakas. Grabe mga boss. Nang konti. Grabe. Tutok natin konti. Grabe ang hina. Yumayanig talaga. Hindi maganda yung box. So, confirmed na ngayon na gumagana. Gumagana ito. At malaking tulong doon sa base improvement. So doon sa mga may subwoofer. Actually, yung mga merong crossover network na. Ang mga professional sound system kasi may crossover network na yun. So may DSP na sila. Hindi na kailangan na meron pa nito. Hindi na nila kailangan na maglagay pa nito sa loob. Pero ako, may DSP ako, may two-way ako na crossover. Nag-decide ako na maglagay pa rin ito for base improvement pa din. At ngayon nga, ito pa lang ang nagdadrive niyan. 300 watts max output. Yan pa lang ang nagdadrive. Ganun na, yung mayanig itong bahay namin. Grabe yung lakas. Ang lakas ng buga ng bass, ang lakas ng bayo ng bass. Tumutunog yung kisame. So bibili pa ako ng isa nito. Again, may katagalan lang dumating, parang 1 month yata bago dumating. No? Ang bagal noong naging shipping process. Ilalagay ko sa description yung link kung saan ko siya binili para doon sa mga interesado. Meron din yung 1,000 plus din kasi ito. Doon sa mga may mababang wattage ng speaker, let's say max power nyo is nasa around 500 lang. Meron yung Crown na 400 plus, pero parang 400 watts lang yata yun. So kung gusto nyo subukan nyo rin. At dito, compared doon sa two-way ko na ipiniture ko na rin dito sa channel, ito, nasa labas din ito. So yan yung comparison mga boss. Two-way na ginagamit ko doon sa aking two-way speaker doon sa bookshelf. Hindi ko pa rin nabibideo yon. Compare dito, grabe ang laki. So pasensya muna, medyo nitong mga nakaraang araw matagal-tagal ako bago nakapag-upload ulit. Anyway, ngayon dire-diretso na yung mga request video, pahintay-hintay lang po. Na-shoot ko na yon kay Sir Emmanuel. Emmanuel ba yun? Smart TV Equalizer Amplifier. Meron pang iba. Something na gumamit ng fiber optics. So, susunod-sunodin ko naman ngayon. Babawi ako sa pag-upload kasi medyo matagal ako hindi nag-upload. Babawi ako ngayon. Siguro pag-usapan na rin natin yung mga klase ng dividing network sa mga susunod kong video. So hanggang dito na lang muna. At salamat doon sa mga sumusuporta sa channel. Ganon din, pasensya na kay Sir Mar. No, hindi ko kasi masimulate yung problema noong gusto niyang mangyari. Kasi wala ako noong audio equipment na yun. Hindi ko magawa o maisip kung paano namin gagawa ng solusyon. Nagka-chat kami sa Facebook. So, meron po tayong Facebook page. Ilagay ko na rin lang sa description yung link kung saan yung ating Facebook page para kung may kailangan kayong itanong. So again, thank you sa mga sumusuporta. So be safe.
Hello mga katek! Car stereo, amplifier, mga subwoofer na walang Bluetooth, paano natin lalagyan ng Bluetooth to sa madaling paraan na hindi na natin kakalasin yung mga unit natin o mag-i-install pa. Okay, ito yung isang tanong sa atin ng customer natin kaya naisipan kong mag-upload ng ganitong video. Kung gusto niyo magkaroon to ng Bluetooth na hindi nababakasin, meron tayong nabili dito na USB Bluetooth receiver. Ganito ang itsura niya. Wireless na siya na Bluetooth. Hindi siya rechargeable Okay? Tapos meron siyang headphone to headphone na wire. Okay, 4 yung nabili ko nito, puro okay naman. Yan, 55 pesos lang sa online, tapos plus shipping fee. Para hindi na kayo gumastos ng malaki, ito lang ang solusyon, yung USB wireless na Bluetooth. Okay, share ko na lang yung link sa comment section para kung sakaling gusto nyo bumili, nandun yung link. Okay, wireless to na Bluetooth. Ngayon, may headphone to headphone na. Yan, meron ding manual kung sakaling hindi nyo alam, may idea kayo rin kung paano i-connect sa mga unit nyo. Okay? Ngayon, testing natin. Okay, dahil itong headphone to headphone na print na to, hindi uubra dito sa amplifier. Yung mga ganyan na pwede natin gamitin yan sa car stereo o kaya din sa mga subwoofer na mga luma. Okay? Mamaya ituturo natin. Pero ang mahalaga dito, para may kabit natin, dahil wala ngang connection ng USB yan na connection, kailangan natin ng cellphone, no? Yung charger ng cellphone, dyan lang natin i-connect. Shoot lang natin dyan. Napakasimple lang. Titingnan nyo lang kung tama yung connection, no? Parang isasaksak nyo lang dyan sa mismong USB jack. Yan. Pag naisaksak na natin yan, ito na yung mismong receiver natin. Okay, yung print nito, magagamit natin kung car stereo yung gamit nyo, o di kaya dyan sa mga lumang subwoofer ng mga desktop. Okay? Dahil ito, headphone yung ginamit, ang kailangan natin dyan yung RCA na pula tsaka puti, tapos headphone yung dulo. Stereo siya. Okay? Para magamit natin dito sa mga amplifier natin. Sa pagkukunik ng ganito sa amplifier, dapat tama ang setting natin kung saan siya nakalagay, no? Yan, katulad dito, nasa CD, BCD siya. Kung saan siya nakalagay, yun natin siya ikukunik. Okay? Ngayon, isasaksak na natin itong headphone dito. Yan. Simple lang magkabit nito. Pero kung yung mga auxiliary nito ay headphone, ito yung gagamitin nyo. Dahil kailangan natin dito ay RCA, dito natin i-connect sa mismong amplifier. Kung naka-function tayo ng CD to BCD dyan, dapat dito sa mga connection na to, doon din natin ikakabit yung wire na to. Dahil ito yung CD to BCD, dyan natin i-connect yun. Okay, sample lang to. O pwede rin naman sa auxiliary o kaya sa tuner. Ngayon, okay na tayo. Pero dapat itong wire na to, pag tinanggal natin yan, may audio. Yan, dapat alam niyo yan para magkaroon siya ng Bluetooth. Ngayon, ito isasaksak na natin. Pag sinaksak natin to, yan, kung may narinig kayo na ganon, ibig sabihin nag-connect na yung ating Bluetooth. Tapos magkakaroon ng indicator light yan na red na nagbi-blink. Okay? Try natin kung magpa-function, ha? Yan, naka-on yung Bluetooth natin. Tapos may lalabas na BT160. Tapos magko-connect yan. Tapos pair natin. Okay. Ibig sabihin na pumasok na yan. Yan. Okay na yung Bluetooth natin na hindi na natin kailangan bakasin.
So, last time on Dragon Ball Super GR, Goku, after reviving Raditz for the first time, met his parents Bardock and Guinea too. On meeting them, he learned of their story and love for him, and then promised to finally revive them. And at the end of the last chapter, he did just that, reviving for the first time his entire biological family. And in today's chapter, that family will now for the first time ever meet Goku's new family in some incredible scenes. But before we begin, support this video and channel by leaving a like right now as you're reading this and watching till the very end for its emotional conclusion. Enjoy. Our story continues following Goku's wish to bring back Raditz along with his parents Guinea and Bardock. Raditz and Bardock look around pleased, observing their surroundings, while Guinea is overjoyed and wide-eyed as she takes in the beautiful views of Kami's lookout, noting, "Wow, so this is Earth! It's so pretty, so fancy." From afar, Goku waves at them to get their attention. "Yo guys, over here! Told you I'd come through. Welcome to Earth." And immediately on hearing this, Guinea runs and grabs her son for a hug, shouting, "Kakarot, you did it! I love you, son!" While Bardock and Raditz then walk over as well, both smiling at the scene. Bardock then thinks to himself while looking on at Guinea finally with her baby boy, "Kakarot, you done good, my boy. I'm proud." Raditz, however, approaches, having already done enough introductions with Goku, and gets to the point asking, "So, Kakarot, what have you got planned for us now? Where do we go from here?" Goku for a minute just takes a moment to think on what Raditz has just asked, while Guinea looks on eagerly from behind, before he places his hand on his head and says, "Well, I'm not too sure actually. It's getting close to dinner time though, so we should probably eat. But I haven't told Chi-Chi yet that we're going to have quite so many guests." Guinea, however, is momentarily confused and asks Goku, "Huh? Chi-Chi? Who's that, Kakarot? Is my son rich enough to have a personal butler?" Goku then replies, "Oh, I haven't told you about Chi-Chi yet. Yeah, she's not my butler, she's my wife, and mother of my 2 sons. What? Immediately both Bardock and Guinea are stood completely shocked at Goku's revelation, with Bardock continuing, "Kakarot? I didn't know you had a wife and a family already!" Guinea's face then slowly turns into a smile as she realizes, "Oh gosh, this means I have a daughter-in-law. I can't wait to meet her and see what kind of person she is." Before she then thinks on the fact Goku already has children and says, "Oh wait, so that means I'm already a grandma at my age. How lovely." Meanwhile, Bardock breaks out laughing, congratulating Goku, saying, "Attaboy, that's my son. When you look just like me, how could you not have a woman by now? Right, son?" Raditz, who by this point is a little jealous and slightly annoyed over all the attention on Goku, then says, "Alright, enough with this. I'm starving. Let's get going for this dinner you speak of, Kakarot. Now!" Goku, who can sense Raditz's childish jealousy, then smiles and places his 2 fingers on his head, saying, "Love you too, Raditz. Alright, everyone grab onto me. I'll get us home in a flash." Before Goku then uses his instant transmission, and the whole family of Saiyans arrive at the home of Goku, a little bewildered by their instantaneous trip. Kakarot? What the hell was that?" The group then walk towards Goku's home, while Goku yells, "Chi-Chi, I'm home! Don't be mad, but I might have brought some guests." While Guinea falls behind slightly, as again she's enamored by the surroundings of Kakarot's beautiful home. Goku walks through the door and continues, "Hey Chi-Chi, is dinner ready yet?" Chi-Chi hears and recognizes Goku's voice and turns around, but her mood quickly shifts. "Huh? Goku? Where the hell have you been? You're an hour late for dinner. Goten had to catch tonight's fish without you. He's only a little boy. You know I don't like him doing your jobs. But soon enough, she then realizes there are 3 other figures behind Goku and says, "Huh? Goku? Who are these people? I told you to stop bringing random strangers you see back home with you." Gine, however, is overjoyed and runs over to immediately grab Chi-Chi's hands, remarking, "Wow, so you're the woman who tamed my Kakarot. You're so beautiful. I can completely see why my son would pick you." Chi-Chi at this point, though flattered, looks back confused at this stranger holding her hands, who just said something very strange. She responds, "Son?" And Gine, still so happy to meet the wife of Kakarot, smiles back saying, "Yes, I'm his mother. My name is Gine. It's so nice to meet you. Over there is Bardock, Kakarot's father, and over there is Raditz, Kakarot's brother." Chi-Chi then looks at Bardock, who walks over with a smirk and comments, "Goku's father? Wow, he really does look just like him. No, he might even be a little more handsome than Goku." Before suddenly Chi-Chi hugs Gine back, now happy, saying, "Well, for as long as I've been married, I've always hoped one day I could see Goku's parents. I thought it would be sooner than this, but I'm glad it's finally happened. I can't wait to get to know my new family." Goku, of course, lets off a sigh, knowing the meeting didn't go as badly as he thought it might, confusing Bardock, who doesn't quite understand why Goku was scared of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi then leads Gine away and says, "Here, come this way, Gine. You can help me in the kitchen with dinner. We have so much to talk about." Before the two head off, carefully being watched by a smiling Goku. Meanwhile, Goku looks at Bardock and Raditz and says, "Well, that went down better than I thought. We should probably go sit down and eat now. Here, have a seat." And the two nod back at him. Goku, while standing, then addresses the two and says, "Great, so this is going to be our first family meal. I can't wait to see what Mum and Chi-Chi cook up. I wonder what Goten caught. Goten!" And after Goku calls for his youngest son, Goten comes down the stairs and immediately encounters Bardock, who looks back at the child, both reacting the same. Huh? Immediately, both grab onto each other's hair, recognizing this feature is the same on both of them, as they stare into each other's eyes, still in idiotic confusion. They both think to themselves, "Wait a minute," before immediately they both point at each other in shock, shouting, "Wait, who are you?" With Goten yelling, "Dad, is that you?" And Bardock yelling, "Mini Kakarot, is that you?" Raditz watches on at the comedic situation and awkwardly says, "Idiots. Clearly this must be Kakarot's second son." Meanwhile, Bardock grabs Goten to pick him up, which initially alarms Goten, who says, "Dad, what are you doing? Why are you dressed like that?" Bardock, now holding Goten in the air just like he used to do with Kakarot as a child, smiles and says, "I'm not your dad, kid, but it seems obvious now you're Kakarot's brat. Looks like even half-breeds look just like Saiyans. My name is Bardock, and I'm your grandpa." Immediately, Goten's face lights up in excitement as he says, "Wow, really? I never knew I had another grandpa. Awesome! You look just like my dad. Are you as strong as him too?" And Bardock, not willing to kill the young child's enthusiasm, replies, "I'm even stronger. I taught him everything he knows." And Goten responds, "Wow, you're kidding! Let's spar, Grandpa. I need to see this. Dad never has time to train with me." Bardock then sits down ready for his dinner, obviously underestimating Goten, and replies, "Sure, kid, but first, we eat. Let's go sit down for your mother's meal, and we can go a few rounds after." which Goten then enthusiastically replies to, "Awesome! I can't wait, Grandpa!" Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Gine and Chi-Chi are talking and finally getting to know one another after all these years apart. And Chi-Chi asks Gine, "I feel so bad that it's taken this long for Goku to revive you guys. If I had known, I would have made him do it sooner. It's all so sudden. I wonder what made him finally do it now." Gine then explains away saying, "Well, apparently Kakarot forgot about us as a child. He was dropped at some point and lost all his memory of his Saiyan past. It's taken him all these years to be reminded about his brother. So when he first visited Raditz in Hell, that was when Bardock and I met him too." Soon Gine then realizes something and continues, "Wait, so if you didn't know about Kakarot's fall, you must have met him later on, right?" She then blushes and asks, "Tell me, Chi-Chi, how exactly did you and my son first meet and fall for each other? I've always loved to hear love stories. Fill me in with everything that happened, my new daughter-in-law." Chi-Chi is understandably caught off guard, but then eventually begins explaining the entire story of her journey with Goku, from their first meeting as children, their fight at the World Martial Arts Tournament, their wedding day, and of course, the moment they had their first child, Gohan. Gine, on hearing this, cannot help but tear up, thinking to herself, "I can't believe I missed all of these things happening, but I'm so glad Kakarot found love. Chi-Chi seems like a match made in heaven." She then turns to Chi-Chi and says out loud, "Oh, Chi-Chi, that was such a beautiful story. You two were made for each other. You two have been together so long and had two beautiful sons, just like Bardock and I did. Just one thing I'm wondering is, how was Kakarot as a father? Was he a good dad?" Chi-Chi then thinks for a moment and replies a little awkwardly, Yeah, a good father, definitely for Gohan, for the most part. Just, there was that one time he kind of didn't meet his son Goten for 7 years and left me to be pregnant and give birth by myself. But other than that, yeah, great dad." Immediately, Gine's face drops as she realizes how familiar this story is compared to her own experience with Bardock, who rarely was home and would often leave her at home for years, battling with his squad. Finally saying, "Oh, I see. An absentee father who left his children to his wife. I guess the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, does it, Bardock?" Eventually, after some time, Chi-Chi and Gine finish cooking, and immediately the entire Saiyan clan that has been seated erupts into a monstrous feast. 5 hungry Saiyans stacking plates while Chi-Chi looks on completely bemused, muttering, "Help yourselves." Eventually, after a few hours, the whole table is cleared. The meal is over and all the Saiyans are completely full. Goku comments while looking at his father, "Phew, that was a great meal. I'm absolutely stuffed." While Bardock with a smile responds, "You got that right. You picked a fine woman, Kakarot. She knows how to cook for a Saiyan, I can tell you that much." Chi-Chi hearing this giggles with a blush. Suddenly, the door to the house opens and we see that Gohan has arrived home with a bag and a smile. He shouts out to Chi-Chi, "Hey Mom, I brought the groceries you wanted. Sorry I'm late. Videl needed..." Huh? Well, before he can finish his sentence, he notices the 3 strange new figures at the table, before immediately recognizing the long hair and face of Raditz. Anger erupts across Gohan's face as he remembers the traumatic childhood kidnapping he suffered at Raditz's hands, trapped in a space pod and forced to watch as his father was completely beaten down. He mutters in anger, "You monster! I won't ever forgive you!" before rushing in immediately to attack, screaming, "Raditz!" leaving Raditz to look on with surprise. the rest of the family completely shocked but unable to do anything in the extreme speed and instant of Gohan's attack. But before anything can happen, shockingly Bardock intervenes, grabbing Gohan's fist and protecting his son Raditz. He looks into Gohan's eyes and says, "Calm it down, kid. The dinner table is no place to fight, and family shouldn't be fighting." Gohan's still enraged and looks back and yells, "What? Family? Who the hell are you?" Bardock, with a calm and unimpressed face, replies, "It's a long story, but I'm Bardock. I'm your grandpa. I can explain later, but from what I can see, you and Raditz have something to talk about first. Take it outside. You wouldn't want to ruin your mother's lovely house, would you, kid?" On hearing all the commotion, Raditz then quietly gets up from the table, causing Bardock and Gohan to be slightly alarmed. "Huh? Raditz, what are you doing?" He then walks past Gohan and says, "You said take it outside, right, father? Well, let's do just that. Alright, come on, kid. Feel free to let it all out in the open. Follow me." And with an angry face and his fists clenched, ready to put Raditz to sleep, Gohan follows Raditz carefully, watching his every move, muttering under his breath, "Today's the day. The day I make you pay for everything you did to me as a child." While Raditz thinks in his own mind, today is the day. The day you finally learn the truth. But that was it for today's video, guys, and if you made it this far, leave me a hashtag Gohan in the comments down below, and let me know if you want a part 4.
Yeehaw! Breaking news! Crispy Pata panalo sa lutong at lasa, pustiso madidisgrasya! Holiday! May strong kape, gum comfort at food blocker. Pustiso, ready na! Shibuga na! Bibig mo nang nagsabi, mag-holiday palagi!
So last time on Dragon Ball Super GR, Goku had revived his entire family, including Raditz, Gine and Bardock, after meeting them initially in Hell. Eventually, his revived family were then introduced for the first time to his wife Chi-Chi and son Goten, before a family meal of epic proportions was had. Celebrations were cut short, however, when an adult Gohan arrived and instantly spotted his childhood kidnapper Raditz. With the young Saiyan now enraged and ready to destroy his uncle, Raditz, for the first time in over 20 years, will now attempt to talk to his nephew. But before we begin, support this video and channel by leaving a like right now as you're reading this and watching this video till the very end for its surprising conclusion. Enjoy. So our story begins with an enraged Gohan following Raditz out the door, and they eventually make their way outside, with Raditz facing Gohan just outside Goku and Chi-Chi's household. With him staring his uncle in the eye, Gohan begins sternly, "So, what exactly do you have to say for yourself, Raditz? What's this truth of yours that you think will stop me from destroying you right here and now? You're lucky I'm even giving you a chance to speak." Raditz, meanwhile, smirks for a second with his eyes closed and thinks, "I've been alive for less than 24 hours, and already the sins of my past are going to send me right back to hell. Just my luck. The kid has grown to be damn near my age too. He's unrecognizable. Just why did I have to be involved in this storyline, Arj?" Raditz then looks at Gohan seriously and says, "I haven't brought you out here to fight, dear nephew. I've come only to talk. Whatever I was then is not who I am now, and I can see you too have changed. If you've come to talk, spit it out. I'm no nephew of yours, so don't call me that again. The minute you finish saying your last words, your last attempt at justifying your sick actions, that That is when I'll get my revenge, Raditz. I'll never allow someone like you to be around my family again. Raditz, understanding Gohan's rage, but trying his best to calm him down, finally begins to tell his story. Listen, Kakarot's son. Gohan. I'm not here to try and justify what I did. I've been dead for a long time now, and in that time, I've had plenty of time to think about not just what I did to you, but about all the things I did while I was alive to deserve me ending up in hell. I've been in that place, in the darkness, surrounded by monsters for over 20 years now. Most of it alone. They say hell is supposed to be fire, pain, and your worst fears. But true hell is being left with nothing but your own thoughts, left to deal with the results of your own mistakes with no hope of ever making it right. Until now. Gohan, what I did to you, my own flesh and blood, was unforgivable. I will never say anything otherwise to that. Taking you away from your father and leaving you trapped and starving in my space pod was something no child should have suffered, let alone one related to me. But you need to understand why. Why I did it and how I became like that. However, immediately after being reminded of what Raditz did, his words fall short as Gohan screams in anger, I don't care why you did it! This isn't a confessional! I know what you did, and there's nothing to understand! I'm only letting you say your final words before you die! Immediately transforming into a Super Saiyan 2 as he yells. In fact, let's cut the small talk. It's clear nothing you're saying or about to say is going to make me change my mind. While you carried on in hell, you forgot to realize that I carried on living a mental hell until this very day. The scars of what you did to me back then have stayed all the way till now. I used to be a confident kid, but ever since that moment, I've been scared in every battle. And even now with my own child, I live every day afraid that another monster like you could turn up and kidnap her. Raditz, you don't belong here anymore! Huh? What's going on? Meanwhile, Goku and Bardock inside sense the power of Gohan and his transformation and are alarmed straight away. Goku looks back at Bardock and says, I don't know, but this key, I think it's Gohan's. We better go check this out. And Bardock nods back. The father and son then burst open through the door and Goku yells, Hey! What's going on out here? I thought you guys were just going to talk. Before suddenly Goku realizes Gohan has transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and yells, Gohan! Stop this! It's not worth it, son! Calm down! Goku then attempts to intervene and moves towards Gohan, but Bardock immediately places his arm in front of Goku and tells his confused son, Stop, Kakarot! Just wait and watch. These two are Saiyans at the end of the day. When two adult Saiyans have a problem, it's no business to anyone else to get involved. That could be not only dangerous, but also just make things worse. The young Gohan here is clearly looking for some form of closure, and Raditz can handle himself. Give them the chance to sort this out themselves. What will be, will be. That is the Saiyan way. The scene then shifts back to Gohan, standing confidently in his powered-up enraged form, repeating, Just give it up, Raditz. It's over now. Leave this planet and never come back, or I'll make sure of it myself. Raditz, however, just looks at Gohan in his transformation and at first is in complete shock, before he smiles proudly and says, You really have grown up. He became so strong and powerful. Way stronger than me or Kakarot at your age. I can't believe I missed all of that. But I guess it's my own stupid fault, huh? Raditz's face then changes back to serious once again, however, and he says, "Listen, Gohan, I'm going to say my piece. I will tell you the truth about me and why I did what I did. And if you let me finish and hear me out, and if you still don't care or still feel that rage in your heart, you can go ahead and send me to the next dimension." He then continues, "Gohan, I am the older brother of your father, Kakarot. But unlike your father, I lived on planet Vegeta, and during my entire life, experienced the reign of the tyrant Frieza. As all Saiyans, I served from birth under his and King Vegeta's orders to capture planets and annihilate its inhabitants, whether I liked it or not. Children are not born evil, no matter the planet. But from the moment I could walk, I was expected to kill innocents or face execution as a traitor. Experiencing that while you're young has more of a lasting effect than you can imagine, from simply being trapped in a space pod. And to make matters worse, I was then assigned to the squad of Prince Vegeta, the son of our king. Vegeta was ruthless from the day he was born. He barely even flinched when he learned planet Vegeta was destroyed. Like Frieza, he overpowered me completely, both in rank and sheer physical strength. Every day I was alive, I lived in fear of instantly being annihilated by him, and as expected, every day I followed his orders to a T, or risked losing my own life. Killing people, pillaging the poor, and enslaving the weak. I did things that I didn't necessarily want to do, Gohan. And one day, Vegeta and Nappa remembered I had a brother named Kakarot, who father and mother had sent off to Earth. They ordered me to go and retrieve him at all and any cost, or have them do it instead. At which point, more than certainly, Kakarot and the Earth would have been destroyed at the first hint of disobedience. So of course, I went by myself in hopes I could convince Kakarot and save his life at the very least. And finally, when I eventually saw Kakarot as a grown man for the first time, and he refused my offer that would ultimately save his and your lives, I did whatever I could to get him to come peacefully without having to kill anyone. And I took you for that reason, as I knew it'd be just as bad as killing one of his friends, like that boulder I kicked, but at least only temporary. In the end, what I'm trying to say is, I had little choice, Gohan. It was either me doing whatever it took to bring Kakarot back with me, or I would die to Vegeta's hand, and he would arrive anyway and annihilate Kakarot and you, along with everyone else on this planet. I did everything I could to maybe just convince Kakarot and avoid any unnecessary deaths just this one time. But obviously, things didn't turn out the way I hoped. Through some miracle, I'm guessing Kakarot and you Earthlings were able to defeat Vegeta and Nappa. But at the time, you must understand, that seemed like an impossibility. Kakarot could barely defeat me, and that was with the help of that Namekian. To be weaker than me, and yet still defeat Nappa and Vegeta, who were many times stronger than I was, I still can't believe it happened to this day. But I am sorry for everything, Gohan. I tried to do what was best for everyone, but it doesn't make what I did to you right. Gohan, however, still with a cold face and covered in electricity, still as a Super Saiyan 2, just stares back silently and emotionless, before finally saying ominously, "Thanks for the sob story, but I've heard enough to make my decision." And immediately then goes into an iconically familiar position as he begins. Kame! As the surrounding area begins to crumble and produce debris. As Raditz feels the ground rise from the power of Gohan, he is initially shocked, looking at Gohan's reply, but eventually then closes his eyes, smiles, and accepts his fate, saying, "Well, being alive again was good while it lasted, but I guess this is what I deserve. It was nice seeing you again, Kakarot, but I'm glad Gohan is the one to send me back to the next dimension this time. Better him than a silly green man at least." Gohan meanwhile continues powering up his Kamehameha, yelling, "Ah!" while Raditz closes his eyes even tighter and thinks in his mind, "That's the way, Gohan. A true Saiyan. Give it your all. Hopefully, this will be painless." Meanwhile, Goku watches on in shock, still being stopped by Bardock, trying one last time, yelling, "Gohan! Stop!" Before Gohan finally unleashes his full power Kamehameha wave. Immediately, Raditz is positively dwarfed by Gohan's blast, and before Raditz can even think, he yells, "No!" But from behind, Gohan suddenly flicks his finger up. And instantly, Gohan's Kamehameha wave changes trajectory, following his finger and point blank missing the scared Raditz, who has closed his eyes, expecting death. Eventually, Raditz opens one eye slightly when he realizes he'd felt no impact, muttering, am I dead again? Where am I? Huh? Wait a minute. My body's still physically here. I'm still on Earth. What's going on? Before eventually Raditz notices Gohan is right next to him now, who then extends a hand towards his uncle. Raditz quietly says with confusion, Gohan, what's the meaning of this? To which Gohan replies with a smile, "There's no reason to be afraid. I told you I made my decision, Raditz. I understand now what life was like for you. You went through things that I could never relate to. Things that I accept were much worse than what you did to me. And because of that, I can understand and see now you were only a product of your environment, and not a monster born like that. Yet even with all this, I can sense in your words you truly did care about who you hurt and had a conscience. And that's enough for me. I can really see now that you are just like Dad in many ways. I want to say, I forgive you, Uncle." Raditz is utterly shocked at this monologue from Gohan, and tears as a result begin to uncontrollably run down the face of the once stone-cold Saiyan, as he mutters, Gohan! All these years, I dreamt of a moment like this! Before he then suddenly grabs Gohan to hug him. Gohan, of course, at first is a little surprised and alarmed, seeing the once evil Saiyan show his softer side, but then eventually realizes the genuine feelings his uncle has, and so smiles and hugs back. Meanwhile, Goku and Bardock look on with a smile, with Bardock commenting, "See, son, I told you it would all work out. Sometimes it's best to let two Saiyans talk out their problems." And Goku responding says, "Yeah, you were right actually. I'm just not too sure this is how it would go with Vegeta though." Some time then passes eventually, and the whole Saiyan family is now in the living room relaxing, laughing and chatting away, with Goku with his wife and mother, while Raditz looks puzzlingly into Gohan's phone as he shows him pictures of his wife Videl and their baby girl, Pan. Meanwhile, Goten then walks up to Bardock and asks, "Hey Grandpa, dinner's over now, so can we have that spa you promised? I've been really looking forward to it." Bardock smirks and says, "You're a persistent little brat, aren't you? You're a true Saiyan, dying for a battle. Alright, give me a moment and we'll go." After some time, as promised, Bardock and Goten then walk outside, and Goten begins stretching his legs, saying, "Ooh, this is gonna be so much fun! If you're really as strong as Dad though, just hold back a little, okay? I'm playing with Trunks after this." And Bardock just stands smiling with his arms folded, clearly underestimating his young grandson, saying, "No problem, kid. Just do your best, and I'll lower my power level to be in tune with yours. Then maybe, just maybe, I could have a little fun then." Following this, Goten then gets into fighting stance and says, "Okay, Grandpa, whatever you say, I'm not holding back." And Bardock remains with his arms folded, responding, "Just get on with it, Mini Kakarot, will you?" And instantly, right before Bardock, Goten appears at super speed, much to the surprise of Bardock. "Huh? He's fast! Yeah!" And immediately, Goten then proceeds to roundhouse kick Bardock. Bardock blocks, but then realizes the impact was so hard, even his bones are left still vibrating from the impact, remarking, "What the hell is going on here? This brat hits like a truck! All this time in hell away from fighting must have made me lose my touch. Pathetic. This brat's gonna..." But before Bardock can even finish his sentence, Goten goes in on the offense once again. With Bardock dodging as best as he can, before Goten finally lands. Sending Bardock instantly flying into a nearby mountain. Now enraged from the embarrassment, Bardock explodes from the rubble, yelling, "Why you? Come here, brat!" And immediately rushes in towards Goten, continuing, "Playtime's over now, Goten!" Before chasing him all over the battlefield, with the speedy Goten dodging each attack with ease and laughter. Ultimately, until Goten once again kicks Bardock. "Take this, Grandpa!" Again, Bardock is sent crash landing before his grandson, but this time gets up almost immediately again, angered, muttering, "This is ridiculous! How is he this strong? This power is unnatural." But before he can think much longer, Goten rushes in this time with a smile, proclaiming, "Alright, Grandpa, get ready! I'm winning this match now!" To which Bardock mysteriously then smiles as he thinks to himself, "He may be strong, but only with age does real combat experience come. Come at me, kid!" And immediately as Goten arrives, Bardock grabs onto his arm and wraps his own around the neck of Goten, leaving Goten now trapped in a chokehold and unable to do anything to escape due to his small size. He yells, "Ouch, Grandpa! What are you doing? No fair! Let go!" But Bardock with a smirk says, "No fair? All's fair in love and war, kid. I told you. I taught Kakarot everything he knows, didn't I? This wasn't going to be that easy." And Goten with a then disappointed face then replies, "Fine. I'll just go Super then. Mom is gonna hate it though. And then suddenly, as a bright light appears to shine against Bardock, in a confused state, he responds, "Huh? Super?" Leading to Goten immediately becoming a Super Saiyan and breaking out of Bardock's hold as if he wasn't even there. Goten then flies into the air as Bardock lays on the ground, as he says to his grandpa, "Told you I'd go Super. So, should we carry on? You should go Super too, Grandpa." Bardock, however, is left open-mouthed in awe as he slowly mutters, "How? A Super Saiyan? At your age? What the hell are they feeding you kids on this planet?" But that was it for today's video, guys, and if you made it this far, leave me a hashtag UncleReddit in the comments down below and let me know if you want a part 5 to this story, since as you know this is my manga, written and created by myself and T. So last time on Dragon Ball Super GR, Gohan finally faced off with his Uncle Raditz after over 20 years since his childhood kidnapping. After a dramatic confrontation, Gohan eventually forgave the once evil Saiyan, and the family of Goku was now again at peace. That was at least until Goten asked Bardock for a playful spar, which ended up leaving the poor Saiyan in complete shock as he saw his own grandson transform into the once legendary Super Saiyan. And in today's manga, we'll see exactly what happens when Bardock tries to keep up. But before we begin, support this video and channel by leaving a like right now as you're reading this and watching this video till the very end for its unexpected conclusion. Enjoy. So our story continues after Bardock has just accepted his grandson Goten's offer to a sparring session, only to learn how utterly outmatched he was, and on top of that, the shocking reveal that his young grandson was also a Super Saiyan already, leaving Bardock muttering, "Am I seeing this right? That yellow hair, the green eyes, and this insane power! Even my grandson is a Super Saiyan before me! What has Kakarot been feeding these kids?" Meanwhile, the power of Goten is on full display as his aura continues to flux, and his blonde hair and emerald green eyes stare directly into the face of Grandfather Bardock. He says with a smile, "Come on, Grandpa, what's the hold-up? Go Super already." Meanwhile, Bardock's face continues to turn to shame as he reflects on his past, commenting, This is just not acceptable. How embarrassing. I'm the head of the household, for God's sake. I was one of the strongest in the old Saiyan army. A combat leader. I was almost an elite. Countless foes defeated. Countless planets conquered. And now, I'm reduced to fearing the power of a toddler? With his embarrassment compounding, Bardock facepalms and continues, I could only imagine if Fasha or Shugesh could see me like this. They'd have a field day. They would never let me hear the end of it. Safe to say, those two aren't getting revived now. With himself now composed again, Bardock gets serious once again and inquires, Listen, brat! Listen, Goten. Clearly becoming the legendary Super Saiyan is not as rare or difficult as we once thought back on planet Vegeta. For God's sake, you're living proof of it! A child whose voice hasn't even dropped yet, somehow making a mockery of the Saiyans of legend. Just tell me, how do I do this too? So I can at least keep up with the rest of you. It was bad enough being surpassed so greatly by Kakarot, but the same cannot be true with you. Goten, however, looks back with a puzzled face as he just replies, Huh? Grandpa? You can't turn into a Super Saiyan? You must be forgetting things in your old age, Gramps. You told me you're the one who taught Dad everything he knows. Are you lying? Bardock, now almost caught out, with an embarrassed face full of blush, then responds, oh yeah. No, of course I wasn't lying, kid. It's just the gravity on this planet is different to what I'm used to. And I've been dead for a long time. Over 30 years. Yeah, I'm just a little rusty with the whole transformation business. I'd appreciate if you'd just give me a little refresher, that's all. Come on, cut me some slack, kid. Goten, now having powered down back to base, just replies, a refresher? That's weird. No one else forgot how to transform. Not even Gohan. And he never trains anymore. Are you sure you're already a Super Saiyan, Grandpa? It's okay if you aren't. Really? But Bardock, being the quick-thinking liar he is, immediately responds, nonsense! You need to learn to respect your elders, kid. I'm your father's dad. Everything he is just a weaker copy of me. I don't know about Gohan, but my Super Saiyan transformation was so powerful that, it's harder to transform into. That's all. A little training, and I'll be there in no time. Just pretend you're trying to make me become a Super Saiyan for the first time. Goten, oblivious to any of the lies, however, just continues smiling excitedly and responds, oh, okay, Grandpa. Sure, no problem. Then when you become a Super Saiyan again, we can spar some more, right? Which Bardock just reluctantly then nods back to. Goten then continues, now pointing ahead. Hey, let's head over there. I know a perfect spot for training. It's where me and Gohan used to train for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Bardock, who is now confused at the mention of a tournament, then just looks back with a smile saying, sure, whatever you want. Lead the way, kid. Just make sure you know what you're doing, alright? I haven't come out here to waste time. No problem, Grandpa. You'll be a Super Saiyan again in no time. So, with that, the pair then fly off in the direction of a familiar set of mountains. Meanwhile, back at the home of Goku and Chi-Chi, the rest of the family continue to bond with each other, and we rejoin Raditz and Gohan, who after their earlier family spat, now both look at Gohan's phone together, where we see an image of Baby Pan and Videl. Gohan explains, Uncle Raditz, have a look at this. Here's my wife Videl. I met her at high school, and together not too long ago, we had our first child, Pan. She's a real handful, haha. But that'll probably be the same genes in her, I guess. Raditz looks at the picture of Pan with a smile and says, I see. She looks just like Mother. She has the same eyes. Our Saiyan genes truly stick on through the generations, I see. And your wife looks like a fine woman, Gohan. Hey, I don't know of this high school you speak of, but now I'm alive, I should settle down like Kakarot has. Hopefully, you can take me to this place where you met your wife, so I too can find my own Earth Bride, What do you say? Gohan, realizing the inappropriateness of what Raditz just said, looks back awkwardly, however, realizing what Uncle Raditz is unknowingly implying, and replies, Uncle Raditz? I don't think you should be hanging around high schools at your age. At least that's not what we do down on Earth. Give me a few days, and I'm sure I'll find somewhere more suited to you, don't worry. And with a puzzled and oblivious look, Raditz looks back and replies, sure. If you say so, Gohan. Following this, Gohan then suddenly feels a soft tap on his back. He turns around to see who it is, and there standing behind him is none other than his grandmother, Gine. with a warm smile, who begins saying, "Hey there, we haven't met yet, so you're my other grandson. Gohan, was it? You made quite the entrance there, almost killing my little Raditz. Don't worry, I'm sure he would have deserved it. He was always a bit of a handful. My name is Gine. I'm your grandmother, and I was revived by Kakarot earlier today along with your grandfather Bardock. That old man who looks just like your dad." Gohan, with a little blush on his face from the shock of seeing his grandmother for the first time and taking all this information in, thinks in his head, "Wow, so this is my grandmother. She's so pretty. She looks younger than Mom. Dad never really mentioned his parents while I was growing up, but I guess I never asked. Master Roshi and the Ox King were as much as I ever got when it came to grandparents. To think, this is my grandmother." Before then saying, "Sorry about that, me and Uncle Raditz have a bit of a complex history. I had no idea Dad was going to do that. I can't believe he never mentioned you before. But it's so nice to meet you finally, Grandma." Before then attempting to outstretch his hand for a handshake. As he does this though, he is met with Gine looking down puzzled at Gohan's overly courteous greeting, before then instantly grabbing Gohan for a big hug, yelling, "Oh you, I'm your family. A handshake is far too formal for your old gran. I can tell Kakarot and Chi-Chi raised you well. You're so big and strong, and you look so much like my older brother." Gohan understandably has his interest piqued on hearing this, and steps back from Gine and asks, "Wait, your brother? So I have a great uncle too? Wow, I never realized I had so many family members. This is actually really interesting." For the longest time, it's just been me, Mom, Dad and Goten. If you don't mind, could you tell me more about him? To which Gine, now happy that her grandson wants to know more about his Saiyan heritage, then says, "Of course, Gohan. I know if he was still here, he'd have loved to have spoken to you. His name was Garland, and he was so smart. Bardock used to always be jealous." But one thing first, let's go into the kitchen and I'll tell you more about him over some food. I'm starting to get hungry again. With Gohan just thinking to himself in his head, "So this is where Dad got his appetite from." And following this, the two then walk back together into the kitchen, with Gine's hand on the back of her grandson, pushing him excitedly. Meanwhile, now sitting down, Raditz is still holding the phone of Gohan, and after seeing his mother and nephew leave, continues to look deeply again at the picture of Videl and Pan, beginning to say, "Pan, the daughter of Gohan, the granddaughter of Kakarot, a Saiyan mixed with human DNA. Even my own nephew has started an entire family and spawned a new generation of his father's bloodline. Meanwhile, decades later, and there isn't anyone to carry on my name and story. At least not that mother and father know about yet." For a moment, Raditz stares again at his phone, this time in silence, thinking and remembering a certain someone from the past, before he then looks into the sky as if in deep thought, and then continues, "I don't know what the right thing to do is. To see her again after all these years, or to leave her alone to get on with her life. She's not heard a word from me for over 2 decades now. She's probably moved on by now, surely. But inside, I know I still need to see him, at least. I need to see my son." The scene then shifts back to Goten and Bardock, who are in an open field, Bardock, who seems unimpressed with his arms folded, looks around and questions Goten. Huh, this is where you and your brother trained? Doesn't seem very special. Hardly the place to unlock a legendary form. Anyway, so how do I become a Super Saiyan? Don't forget, that's why I came here, kid. Not to be a replacement Gohan for you. Goten, however, with a smile, then immediately begins picking up rocks from the ground, stuffing them comedically into his gi, before replying excitedly, well, when me and Gohan used to train, we first used to collect all the little rocks over here. We have a fun game we play where we need to dodge all the rocks, and whoever lasts the longest wins. Gohan said it builds reactions or something, but I just think it's really fun. We got way stronger after playing this every day. Bardock, with an unimpressed look on his face, just responds, a game? This is how you expect me to ascend? Huh. Whatever. You're the boss, I guess. At the very least, this will warm me up a bit. I'm used to dodging the speeding bullets and energy beams of soldiers all throughout the galaxy. So this will be child's play. Literally. Okay, Goten. Give it your best shot. I may not be a Super Saiyan, but I've still got my speed. 1 rock, 2 rocks, or 3. Hell, throw the whole bag at me at once, and I'll show you what a real Saiyan can do. Ha 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 ha! And Goten, still with that massive smile, then lifts his giant pile of rocks from the base and transitions into position, getting ready to throw before replying, uh-huh, Grandpa. Gohan said the same too, but we'll see. Get ready now. Here I come in 3, 2, 1, go! Instantly, Goten then rapidly throws multiple rocks like a machine, each one traveling at insane speeds, breaking the sound barrier, aimed perfectly right towards Bardock. Bardock's face is completely shocked as he realizes just how fast the rocks are coming, and how abundant in quantity, yelling out, wait a minute! One at a time, kiddo! Immediately, rocks crash all around Bardock, creating small but alarmingly deep craters, which Bardock notices instantly and reacts with a face of true fear for his life as he remarks, Is this kid for real? If I get hit by one of those, I could be back in hell before I know it! How strong have you made Goten in this story, Arj? But before Bardock can say any more, he realizes point blank just how close the next few rocks are to him, having traveled again at supersonic speeds. He quickly thinks to himself, no! There's too many of them! I won't be able to dodge in time! And so he tries his best to dodge them, but it's a pointless effort, as 3 rocks manage to hit him to devastating results. Skidding across the floor in an attempt to get out of the way of the other rocks, Bardock is left damaged, far more than what was expected from a simple game. He comments, "Grr, that hurts like hell! Feel like he's throwing swords. Let me have a look at the damage. I'm bleeding!" Suddenly, Bardock looks down and takes notice of just how severe his injuries are. His face is completely stunned as he notes, "This is ridiculous! He's throwing with such force, even these rocks on this weak planet are damaging. This is beyond the power of a Saiyan. These half-breeds are truly insane!" Eventually, however, Bardock notices that things are strangely quiet. Too quiet. Bardock looks up to try and find Goten, but finds nothing. He's momentarily alarmed as Goten has seemingly disappeared, saying, "Huh? Where did that brat go now? This is dangerous. If he throws from a blind spot, we may actually be done for." But soon enough, A voice from right behind Bardock then says, "I'm right here, Grandpa. Ready for round 2? Alarming Bardock in the process. A wave of fear rushes over him as he mutters, No, not again! I can't dodge him at this distance. I need to create some space. I'm out of here!" Immediately causing Bardock to fly off at top speed as Goten continues to throw devastating mini bombs at Bardock, missing him just barely each time. The assault continues as Bardock flies around, just trying to avoid being hit as if his life depends on it, while Goten obliviously just carries on throwing his seemingly never-ending stash of rocks without a care in the world. Ooh, almost got you there, Grandpa. This is so much fun. This kid, this isn't a game anymore! From one end of the field to the other, Bardock flies, increasingly getting angrier and angrier, while Goten continues with an unlimited supply of energy, almost like a crazed android. Eventually, Bardock, using his speed and maneuverability, loses Goten briefly, finding a small cave to hide in. He walks inside and immediately slams the wall, saying, "Looks like I got away. I'll be safe in here for a bit while I figure out what I can do. Damn it, this is embarrassing. Kakarot and the rest of the Saiyans on this planet are complete monsters. I just need to find a way to predict the movements of his throws. Let me think." But again, before Bardock can even begin formulating a plan, at the entrance of the cave stands the cheekily smiling Goten, who yells, "Oh, so there you are, Grandpa. Not sure why you came in here. There's barely any room to dodge. I thought you said you were trying to make some space. Oh, don't tell me. You're planning on using that Ultra Instinct thing you taught Dad, right? I can't wait." Bardock, however, with a fear-stricken face, paralyzed and confused at the sight of Goten so quickly, just thinks, "Ultra what now? I don't know what he's blabbing about, but he's right. I'm such an idiot. I've ended up putting myself in the worst possible position. A dead end in a tight cave. This is it. This is really it. I'm going to die by rocks at the hands of my little grandson. The Saiyans back in hell can never hear about this. I'll just have to lie and say Frieza took me out again." Meanwhile, Goten, who is now bored of waiting, prepares his rocks once more and readies his position. "Here comes. Let's see you dodge these." Immediately then barraging Bardock like never before, but this time with nowhere to hide. All that Bardock can do in response is guard with everything he has, being damaged with every hit. Just as expected. Eventually, Bardock, while covering himself, closes his eyes to control the pain, but can't help the hit to his Saiyan pride as he thinks to himself, "This is too much. I can't take this much longer. I can't let it end like this. I can't be the weakest in this damn family. I am Bardock the combat leader." And on saying this, Bardock's eyes then suddenly open wide, still inside his covering arms, but this time colored a strange but familiar shade of green. Without warning and with a ferocious roar, Bardock yells out as his black hair spikes up and an aura blasts from him that instantly destroys all of the incoming rocks. The increase in power and aura proves so great that even Goten is pushed back as he too is taken by surprise. Whoa! Grandpa? With his hair now even more spiked up and shifting in color now from black to blonde, Bardock's pupils disappear as he undergoes an intense transformation. a transformation so powerful, soon the entire cave blows up from being unable to contain the amount of ki Bardock now emanates. But left behind in the debris and rubble, finally, Super Saiyan Bardock is born, who can just about barely control his newfound power. I am Bardock, the legendary Super Saiyan! Meanwhile, on the ground, Goten, who has been left floored, just looks on at his grandfather in awe, with this actually being the first time he'd seen such a dramatic Super Saiyan transformation. He mutters, "Grandpa? Is that you? Are you okay?" With a cold and instant look, Bardock shifts his gaze at Goten with his green eyes and replies, "Who else would it be, kid?" Which immediately then puts the young Goten at ease as he yells in excitement, "Oh wow, Grandpa! It is you! You look awesome! I knew you'd remember how to do it. It's been a while since I saw what a Super Saiyan looks like from the outside. You look so much like Dad!" Bardock, on hearing this, then looks at a nearby body of water and sees his own reflection. He too is left momentarily shocked as he thinks, "Huh? The brat wasn't kidding! This is just like when Kakarot transformed. I wonder if I've got the same level of power though." And with a new sense of confidence, Bardock begins to smile as he continues, "Haha! Well, it looks like your training worked out perfectly in the end, kid. I gotta tell you, you sure have an arm on you. I feel incredible. So this is how it feels to be a Super Saiyan. Wait, I mean, so this is how it feels on Earth to be a Super Saiyan. Slightly different, you know, gravity and stuff like that. But hey, Goten, you know, with all this power, I think I need a way of testing it and breaking myself in. For once, this might be a fair fight now. Ready for the real sparring to begin?" Immediately then powering up and getting into fighting stance. To which Goten then reciprocates, "I was thinking the same. You got it, Gramps. We'll call this round 2. Super Saiyan or not, I'm not losing." But that was it for today's video, guys, and if you made it this far in the video, leave me a hashtag Son of Raditz in the comments down below. And let me know if you...
Did you know that chronic illnesses put your liver at risk? Care for it with doctor-prescribed Essentiale, with triple care action that helps regenerate your liver, the body's powerhouse. Take the #1 Essentiale.
So last time on Dragon Ball Super GR, Bardock had gone off with Goten to train, hoping to learn an easy trick to at least somewhat compare himself to Goku and Raditz. He soon learned, however, this was a harder task than initially thought, but eventually succeeded in becoming a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Gohan, after confronting and forgiving Raditz, began showing his uncle pictures of his family, which ultimately resulted in Raditz remembering one major detail: the existence of his son. And in today's manga, Goku is going to find out too, as the duo go to meet this new Saiyan. But before we begin, support this video and channel by leaving a like right now as you're reading this and watching till the very end for its unbelievable conclusion. Enjoy. So our story continues after Raditz revealed shockingly last episode the existence of his son. Having contemplated for almost an hour now, Raditz, who stayed sitting in his chair, staring into Gohan's phone, finally stands up and proclaims, "That's it! I know better than anyone at this point. Life is precious, and I've only got one. I can't waste this second chance I've been given. God knows how long it will even last, knowing my luck. If my son is still alive and out there, I can't sit by and let him fall behind Kakarot and his brats. I am Raditz, after all, the older brother. A goddamn Super Saiyan! Kakarot may be as strong as a god now, but I was far stronger than him when I conceived my child than when he had Gohan. So there's no telling what kind of incredible power my offspring would have by now. Clearly, something is in the water here to make these half-breeds grow so incredibly strong. My progeny will be no different. By my honor, someone will carry on my namesake, my son, and they will surpass Kakarot's children one day. I'll make sure of it. Raditz, however, after his impassioned speech, then looks around and asks, "But where's Dad? Before I go, I should probably get some advice. To be honest, I have no idea how I'd even interact with my own child. It's been over 20 years. It's not like meeting him as a kid. He'd be a grown man by now. Bardock, where are you? Don't tell me he still hasn't come back from sparring Goten. Typical. This family is full of fight-obsessed freaks." As Raditz continues his search, even looking out the front door and disappointingly realizing that Bardock is nowhere to be found, coming down the stairs yawning is a tired Goku, who says, a good nap after a big meal is one of the best things you could ever do, big bro. You should try it out, Raditz. You can sleep in Gohan's old room. He doesn't use it anymore. A triggered Raditz, however, looks around in embarrassment as he soon realizes, without Bardock, Goku is the next best thing, muttering to himself, "Damn it! Looks like if Dad's really gone, the only person left to go to for advice is Kakarot." Imagine getting advice from a glorified baboon. From the stories I've heard at the dinner table, this fool knows less about this world than even I do. He hasn't even changed a bit since the day I met him. I can only hope the imbecile is more wise in fatherhood than everything else he's shown me so far. Following this, Raditz then calls out to Goku with a tempered look, saying, "Hey Kakarot, never mind the napping. I have something I need to talk to you about. Something unfortunately only you can help me with. Now, it's important you keep this under wraps for now, as I still don't know what I'll be doing. But I need some advice on fatherhood and..." What? Raditz? You have a kid? Wow, you've got to be kidding. You never struck me as good with children. Instantly reacting in shock, forcing Raditz to quickly put his finger to his mouth to quiet down Kakarot with immediate urgency. "Shush, Kakarot! This is exactly why I didn't want to do this. For God's sake, I can already tell this is a bad idea. Just kill me already. Telling this idiot is only going to make this 10 times harder." Eventually though, things calm down and Goku and Raditz sit down together, where a just short of embarrassed Raditz begins reluctantly explaining, "Listen, Kakarot. Yes, I have a son. On Earth. It happened a long time ago, when I first came to see you all those years ago. But you cannot be shouting it to the high heavens. I don't want the whole world to know. Mother would have a heart attack, you know. I hadn't mentioned anything about it until now. Besides, right now, I still don't even know if I'm going to go through with meeting him." A puzzled Goku, however, just questions further, "Wow, on Earth, huh? So he's been here this whole time. One thing I don't get though is, how though? Like when? I thought when you came here, you only had the goal of recruiting me to join you, Nappa and Vegeta. I guess I just thought you headed straight here from when you landed." With Goku's face now changing to a wink as he continues, "I didn't know you came here for a little love and romance too. Mixing business and pleasure, eh, Raditz? You old dog." Nudging a now thoroughly red and embarrassed Raditz as the older brother replies, Kakarot! No! It was not like that! I didn't plan anything. It just happened so quickly and randomly. I would never come here for any purpose than to complete my mission. That is the Saiyan way. It all started when I left the ship. For one, I didn't immediately head to you. It took me some time to even know where you were. When I first landed, for instance, I first met with a strange human who attacked me. A farmer, with a shotgun if I remember correctly. And only after dealing with him did I set course to try and find you. But even then, the first power level I detected didn't even turn out to be yours. Instead, it was a strange green man. But on the way to him, I did eventually realize just how long it had been since I'd last eaten. After all, the trip to Earth took entire days, and there's no food on that ship. Eventually, while flying, I did spot a village of some kind, filled with strange people, brown-skinned, but wearing extremely primitive clothing. They looked different to the Earthlings I've seen with you. But one thing was for sure, the greenery was bountiful with trees, full of fruit, so naturally, I flew down as soon as my stomach forced me to. As I landed, however, the village people immediately took notice as I asked politely, "Hey there, I'm looking for some food. Bring me some immediately." But of course, they soon ran as fast as they could in fear. You damn cowards! If you aren't going to play ball and feed me, allow me to feed you a double sundae instead. But just before I blew their little settlement to the next dimension, a soft hand grabbed my other arm. I looked down, and a mysterious woman was standing right next to me with no fear. A beautiful woman, Kakarot, brown-skinned, with the most mesmerizing yellow eyes I'd ever seen. Nothing like the women of our planet, and no offense, nothing like the other women I've seen here either. Before long, we simply hit it off. She wasn't like the other Earthlings. There wasn't a glimpse of hesitation in her words or movements. It was almost like she already knew me from another lifetime. My strange appearance fascinated her more than anything as we carried on speaking. Even I was caught in a trance, just staring into her intense, golden eyes, where I soon learned her name was Nerali, a name indigenous to her village it seemed. Eventually, she would lead me away from the other villagers, telling me to come with her if I wanted some real food and something sweet to eat. And of course, me being hungry and also infatuated with her, I just followed. What else was a starving Saiyan to do? Little did I know though, where she ended up taking me was her bedroom. I still remember asking her, wait a minute, I don't smell any food here. But she continued to persuade me to keep coming in, promising a large feast. And before we knew it, one thing led to another, and I ended up eating something very different to food. My first time, and I didn't regret it. I almost felt like I was in love. But I knew all the time I had to leave. You were still my target, Kakarot. And if I failed Vegeta, he would have annihilated me as well as everyone on this planet, including Nerali. So as soon as I could, without a word of goodbye, I left, heading towards the green man thinking he was you. And the rest was history. And after hearing Raditz's big revelation and story, Raditz sits in deep thought while a mind-blown Goku eventually responds, "Wow! So that's how it happened. Just like that, really? As soon as you met her? That took me and Chi-Chi years to do. And you flew off straight after without even letting her know? So you haven't even seen her for 2 decades now. Damn, Reddit, you really are a dog. I thought Krillin was bad, but you're a bigger player, ain't you, big bro? Immediately causing Raditz to become embarrassed with a crimson red hot flush as he yells back, "Shut up, Kakarot! No, I am not like whoever this Krillin is. I was in love. I just had my orders, and a Saiyan always follows through." Goku, however, just disregarding his elder brother, continues with a confused face. But there's still some things about your story that don't really make sense or add up. So, after you came and found me, we both ended up dying. So how would you then find out you had a son? You ended up in hell. With Raditz then folding his arms and responding as he thinks back, "Well, this was a while ago, but sometime after I had settled in, while wandering hell with Nappa, I came across a strange wizard. His name was Bibbidi. Apparently, he had been dead for thousands of years, a veteran in hell, and he quickly grew a liking to me due to my power. He said it reminded him of someone called Boo or whatever. But regardless, it was with his mystical powers I was able to be shown Nerali once again. Naturally, after I died, I did think of her, and I wanted to check up. And briefly I saw her, but shockingly, she wasn't alone anymore. She was with a baby boy. A baby boy with a tail. And so, I immediately knew who the father was. He looked precious, healthy, and strong, just like his old man. But this was all pointless at the time. Back then, I never knew of any Dragon Balls, so eternal hell was all I knew was in my future. After that day, I never even saw Bibbidi again, so never got to check up. And after a while, my mind just allowed me to forget and block out that entire event, that my son ever even existed. And so that's why, Kakarot, I called you. I wanted to know what you thought I should do. What would I even say to him after all these years? Goku, having listened, then thinks for a while, replying, well, I'm glad you're asking me for advice on your son and not Nerali. I don't think even I would know what to say to her if she's anything like Chi-Chi. But I don't think there's anything to think about when it comes to seeing your son. Or her. You're alive now, so you have no excuses. You have to see him. As for what to say, I think as long as she's told him who you are, it won't be a problem. Family is family after all. I still remember the day I met Goten for the first time. I spent 7 years in Otherworld training, so by the time I'd seen him, he was already a strong little guy. But you know, there was nothing awkward about it. He knew who I was and I knew who he was straight away. And the first thing we did was hug. I'm sure it'll be the same for you too, Raditz, so don't sweat it. And with that, Raditz then stands up confidently with a smile as he proclaims, "Well, that's that then! I'm going to see them! You're right, Kakarot, I have no excuses! And if you can meet your son after 7 years, then so too can I after 20. I'm leaving now! I can still remember the location like it was yesterday. I could never forget the place I first met her. But now, what are you going to be doing, Kakarot? Do you want to join me, brother? See your very first nephew." And in response to this, Goku then just replies with his hand behind his head saying, "Well, I was going to go King Kai's to train some more, but after hearing so much about this Nerali person, I've got to see her for myself. Besides, I bet this will be fun. I wonder what my first nephew will look like. You lead the way, Raditz. I'll be right behind you. And so Raditz and Goku then walk outside, where Raditz points in the distance claiming, "The village should be in that direction. It won't take too long if we travel with some speed. There won't be any breaks, so if you need to do anything, do it now, Kakarot." To which Goku just replies, "Nah, I'm good. Let's go." After that, the two fly off immediately, leaving the rest of the Son family behind. After some time, Goku and Raditz are in the sky when Raditz spots down below the village he mentioned earlier, saying, "Ah! Kakarot! There it is! It hasn't changed a bit. Let's land. Try not to make too much of a commotion. Like I said, they scare easily." The two then land, and as expected, the villagers are already shocked at their appearance. It seems this rural village has seldom ever seen an outsider, let alone aliens from another planet. Goku comments, "You weren't kidding. They look terrified." With Raditz responding, "Don't worry, let's just try and find Nerali." The two Saiyans then begin walking through the village. All the while, the residents whisper and cower, "Hey, Elder, who are those guys? Are they going to cause trouble?" "Don't worry, son. Oob and his friend will protect us if they start anything." Raditz, growing tired of looking around and seeing no signs of his woman, then looks at Goku and says, "This is going to be tougher than I thought, Kakarot. If only I could have sensed power levels back then, I'd be able to tell where she was now. Maybe she left the village." Eventually though, Raditz notices an elder lady behind him, one he seems to recognize briefly from his visit last time. He mutters, "Hey, wait a minute." He then quickly moves straight before the old lady, who's understandably visibly shaken, before asking, "Hey lady, you seem familiar. Recognize me? I came here over 20 years ago and met a woman named Nerali. You wouldn't happen to know where she is, would you?" The woman just cowers for a moment, muttering, before instantly then screaming at the top of her voice, calling for help, leaving a bemused Raditz to try and calm her down. Whoa there, lady! I was just asking a question. I mean no harm, just relax." Slowly walking towards her in an effort to place a hand on her shoulder, but before he can get any further, Raditz is suddenly kicked straight in the face, hard, and with an intensity so great he is left momentarily disorientated, while the old lady meanwhile yells, "Attaboy! You finally came! About time!" Whoa! Not bad! Goku meanwhile looks surprisingly excited as he watches at the young man's power and technique, commenting further, "Damn! Who is that? He sent Raditz flying. That's impressive for an Earthling. Guess there's strong people all over the place." But while Goku's pleased, Raditz is sliding across the floor on his face, still reeling from the impact of the mysterious young man's kick. An infuriated Raditz, just barely getting up, angrily mumbles, "Why you? Who the hell was that? Since when did Earthlings become strong enough to wobble me?" Goku, now hearing his brother's words and now finally realizing Raditz was actually injured, then says, "Oh wow, Raditz, he made you bleed. That's really impressive. Yeah, I'm not sure who he is either, but do you need my help?" "Your help? Not in a million years, Kakarot! I'm fine. It was just a lucky hit. I obviously must have lowered my power level down a little bit too much. That's what I get for trying to be nice." Puh! Then spitting onto the floor the blood that has just now formed in his mouth, before continuing, "I came here in peace, just looking for a certain woman. But fellow villager or not, whoever just hit me is about to be sent to the next dimension. Nobody attacks a Saiyan and lives! And suddenly, Raditz gets back onto his feet as his power level begins to slowly rise, shouting, "Now come here, you! Clearly my time away from this planet has made you Earthlings forget the meaning of fear. Allow me to..." Huh? There's no way. Could he? Those eyes! And standing there furious is a young brown man with the same yellow eyes Raditz had described of Narali. His body bulked up far more than any of the other villagers, and quite curiously, a large tail behind him, which could only mean one thing about his origin. A new Saiyan has been discovered, the son of Raditz. And as he looks on at the two intruders who are unknowingly related to him, he speaks. "Who are you, and why have you come here? We are a poor village with nothing of use to you foreigners. Go back where you came from now, or do you feel like getting hit again?" But Raditz, unfazed by the threats and just shocked at the sight of the young man, walks closer thinking to himself, "There's no doubt about it. That tail and those eyes. This is Narali's son. This is my son." Trying not to give anything away just yet, Raditz cautiously then just asks the boy, Hey kid, nice kick. You really got me. I'll tell you why we're here in a second. But first, mind telling me what your name is?" And the mysterious boy, still angrily looking at Raditz, then responds, "Thanks for the compliment, but I could get that idea from the blood in your mouth. I don't really need to know why you're here. I just need you to leave. I shall tell you my name if that is all you want, but fail to go after this, and my name will be the last thing you ever hear. My name is Arj." But that was it for today's video, guys, and if you made it this far, leave me a hashtag ArjArmy in the comments down below.
Choose only the beefiest. Jollibee Yum Burger. Alam mo yum!
So last time on Dragon Ball Super GR, Raditz had finally met his son, Arj. But as he tried to explain who he really was, he immediately was met with violence from his disbelieving child, and then eventually by the child's master, who turned out to be none other than Oob. With Goku finally having intervened at the end, in today's manga, both Oob and Arj will finally learn for the first time their origin stories straight from the mouths of Goku and Raditz. But before we begin, support this video and channel by leaving a like right now as you're reading this and watching till the very end for its incredible conclusion. Enjoy. So our story begins right after Goku unexpectedly intervened and stopped Oob's axe kick from finishing Raditz. Oob at this point is still confused by the fact this stranger Goku knew his name, as he thinks, "Huh? Who is this guy? How would he know my name?" Before he then flips back into safety towards his student Arj, who shouts out in worry, "Master, are you okay? Tell me if you'd like me to step in. The two of us together could take him with ease." So last time on Dragon Ball Super GR, Bardock had gone off with Goten to train, hoping to learn an easy trick to at least somewhat compare himself to Goku and Raditz. He soon learned, however, this was a harder task than initially thought, but eventually succeeded in becoming a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Gohan, after confronting and forgiving Raditz, began showing his uncle pictures of his family. So last time on Dragon Ball Super GR, Raditz had revealed to Goku that he had a son and that he was on Earth, having conceived him over 20 years earlier when he had first come for Kakarot, but had a short detour that involved meeting a woman named Narali. Decades later, inspired by Goku and Gohan's families, he and Kakarot then travel to the village of his past partner, only to be greeted by a powerful tailed man, his son, named Arj. And now in today's manga, a father-son reunion like no other is about to commence. But before we begin, support this video and channel by leaving a like right now as you're reading this and watching till the very end for its spectacular conclusion. Enjoy. So our story continues after Raditz and Goku traveled to find Raditz's past partner, Nerali, and in return prematurely ran into their shared son, Arj, for the first time. The half-breed Saiyan, after revealing his name, then continues his questioning, asking, "So now you know my name. Are you going to tell me why you're here, or just leave? Pick one. There's no other options here, and my patience is running low. I'm much stronger than the others here, so underestimate me at your own peril." A staggered Raditz, however, just looks unshot and responds, "Arj, so that's your name? My son, I mean, that's a good name. Whoever raised you picked well. Could I perhaps meet them? I mean, maybe not your father, but could you bring me to your mother? I need to talk to her." Huh? An angered Arj, though, is immediately triggered by this stranger asking to see his own mother, and instantly gets into fighting stance, defensively replying, "What did you just say? My mother? What business do you have with her? I thought I told you to leave, but now you're definitely dying here if you intended to mess with my family. I don't know who you two guys are, but you should have stayed home. Even if it cost me my life, I'll protect everyone in this village from invaders like you." Arj, following this, then immediately begins powering up, tensing his muscles as he does so, screaming, "Ah!" His energy skyrocketing even higher than it was previously, as he continues, "You should have listened to me when you had your chance, but now you've outstayed your welcome. You're getting no closer to my mother." Meanwhile, Raditz just looks on in surprise at how much energy is being generated by the young man, leading to him thinking to himself, "Whoa, he's my son alright. No earthling could have power like this. I don't even need a scouter to tell he's way stronger than I was at his age. But he needs to calm down. I didn't come here to fight. Damn it, at this rate I'll never get to meet Nerali again. Not exactly the best look to meet her after just beating up our son. What do I do?" However, Goku, meanwhile, who is also witnessing Arj's sudden power change, looks on first with shock, but then soon transitions into a smile as he becomes impressed. Whoa, that's some key. Who is this guy? I can sense a great power inside him. I wonder how strong he really is. Hey Raditz, are you taking him on or am I? Can I call dibs? Which an annoyed Raditz quits back with, "No one's taking anyone on. This is all just a big misunderstanding." And Raditz, following these comments, then places his arms out, trying to calm down the situation, saying, "Listen kid, I'm not here to cause you or your mother any trouble. I've come in peace. Just bring me to her and she'll know who I am. I know this is confusing, but long story short, around 20 years ago, I slept with her and left the next morning." But at the first hearing of Raditz's unthoughtful words, Arj's eyes suddenly opened wide in rage, yelling, "What? How dare you talk about my mother like that? You'll pay, you invader!" And instantly triggered even further by his primal rage, Arj's power goes even further beyond. Immediately then flying off in a rage, right at Raditz, yelling, "I'll make sure you never mention her again! Die!" What? While Raditz just looks on completely caught out, like a deer in headlights, as he continues to plead. Wait! I didn't mean it like that! You fool! But alas, none of Raditz's words are able to pass through the wall of anger the young Saiyan shows, and he is instantly punched across the face at full force. Before Arj then continues the assault, swarming Raditz like a beast, throwing multiple punches at full speed. Eventually, Raditz manages to cover himself and just barely defend himself from the barrage of attacks that seemingly won't stop, with Raditz commenting, "This kid definitely packs a punch, but how do I stop this without hurting him? This is absurd." But Arj, realizing he's no longer getting through, just gets angry and angrier, increasing his strength further, screaming, "You coward! Stop blocking and fight me! It's only a matter of time before I finish you!" He's right! This is starting to hurt! Can't do this forever! This punk is really trying to kill me! His own father, damn it! I need to figure something out. I don't want to hurt my own son without even talking to him first. So this is what fatherhood is like. No wonder Bardock was never around. Who wants to deal with this? I was better off letting Nerali raise him. That's enough! And suddenly, after saying this, Raditz immediately catches one of Arj's fists, immobilizing his attack there and then, before then looking at him straight in the eyes and yelling, "Arj! Listen to me! Stop! I'm not fighting you. I came here to talk to you and your mother. If you can't listen, leave me be and I'll find her myself." But once again, the mention of his mother does nothing but provoke Arj further as he pulls back his free arm for another punch. "Stop talking!" But this too is easily grabbed and stopped by Raditz. With both arms now grabbed by his father, Arj is left in deadlock with his father as Raditz tries once again to reason with him, saying, "Finally! You're a fidgety one, aren't you? I can only imagine what you were like as a baby. Your strength is impressive, that's for sure. Not bad for a young Earthling. But you really need to learn to listen and control your anger for a second. Now that we're finally talking, let me just explain that I didn't come here to destroy your village or harm anyone here. I'm a friend, not an enemy, trust me. I came here over 20 years ago and met the people here once already. You'll see, when your mother meets me again, she'll know who I am. After all, I know her well. Very, very well, in fact. Not another word about my mother, you perverts! Enraged once again from the innuendos Raditz is making about his own mum, Arj powers up once again, his aura spewing out of him at such an intensity that Raditz soon is forced to go down to one knee, as he loses his grip against the power of Arj, with him muttering, "His power! Where is this kid getting his energy from?" With one eye closed, Raditz can barely look at his own son as the force of his aura blasts onto him. He continues, "This is bad. His power level is getting out of hand. I'm losing my grip." Yeah! And just as Raditz feared the worst, it happens as Arj frees both of his fists, prematurely surprising and unsuspecting Raditz, who yells, "Damn it! Here comes the fists again!" But Arj this time opts for something else, and immediately split kicks, knocking Raditz's head back hard at point blank range. Sending the Saiyan flying at speed to crash land on a nearby mountain. Arj, noticing this, then jumps high into the air, before then pointing down at the hidden Raditz, shouting, "I warned you! I told you to leave! You have no business here, and definitely none with my family! And now, you'll never leave! Your ashes will remain here forever! Just try and get up from this!" And with that, his arms outstretched wide, Arj begins summoning an intense amount of energy, concentrating it within his body himself. The similarity to a certain other character's technique, though, doesn't go unnoticed by Goku, who comments, "Hey, well, would you look at that? That's Vegeta's technique. The final flash? It couldn't be." This is the end of the road! Farewell and good riddance! Instantly blasting off the mysterious Ki beam, right into the direction of the still missing in action, Raditz. The impact, of course, causes a massive explosion, reducing the entire mountain to nothing but rubble. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the explosion causes all of the remaining villagers to wince and guard themselves from the impact and debris, while an unfazed Goku just watches on with intrigue, saying, "It looked like the final flash, but that had nowhere near the same kind of power. Looks like this little guy still doesn't know how to control his ki properly yet." Following the explosion, a pleased Arj stands above in the air with a cocky smile while panting from exhaustion, saying, "I did it. I protected the village all by myself. Master would be proud. I haven't been able to let off their attack properly before, but today it came through. Unlucky, my friend, but you served your purpose as the perfect target practice for me." Still full of enthusiasm, Arj then looks back down at the smiling Goku, thinking craftily in his head, "And now there's only one left, the stupider looking one. He's probably even weaker, and I've still got plenty of energy. I've got this in the bag!" "Not so fast, punk! You're not done with me yet." But suddenly, from right behind Arj, a familiar voice calls out to him. Slowly but surely, Arj turns his head to see who it is and begins muttering, No way! Ow!" And standing there behind Arj as a Super Saiyan is Raditz. With an emotionless face, staring down at Arj, he says, "That was a lot of theatrics for such a weak attack, but you've definitely learned a few things while I've been away. This game ends here and now, though. You can't beat me in this form. This is the true power of a Saiyan, a power you are destined to wield one day also. The power of a Super Saiyan. My power in this form is 50 times that of what it once was. You seemed to be pretty even with me earlier, so consider me now 50 times stronger than you to make things simpler. This battle is well and truly over." 50 times? A taken aback Arj is then left in a panicked state as he can't decipher whether Raditz is saying the truth or not, replying, There's no way! You must take me for a fool! No one can get that much stronger so fast! You've changed your hair color, but you're still not leaving here alive! Yeah! But as Arj punches at his regular speed, Raditz instantaneously vanishes. Appearing now right behind the confused Arj, with his arms folded, he continues, "Now do you believe me? This is reality. Stop your meaningless threats and stand down. I wanted to talk, but I can get the information I want with force too, kid." And now borderline petrified Arj just mutters back, "His speed. He moved before I even got close. I can't let everyone down. If I let a guy this powerful stay in the village, who knows what he'll do? He knows what he'll do to Mother! But before Arj can even reattempt a new attack, Raditz has enough and swiftly knocks him from behind, shouting, "You never learn! Figures, you're just as hard-headed as your old man!" Sending Arj flying to a crash landing on the ground below. With Raditz continuing, "It couldn't be helped. This boy has guts. To think he would still try and attack someone so clearly more powerful than him. He's a Saiyan, alright. Through and through." Meanwhile, from below, still watching everything, Goku calls out, "Oh, Raditz! Finally fought back, eh? I was wondering when you were going to stop letting him win. But to think, he really made you turn into a Super Saiyan. That guy is good. Oh, he's great. I wonder if there's any other strong guys around him." But Raditz, still focused on his son and disregarding Goku's comments, looks down and says, "It looks like Earthling or not. Just like all Saiyans, he seems to only be able to talk with his fists. And that means he will only listen to and understand power. Just a little more showing of my dominance should be just what I need to get him to open his ears." And with that, Raditz begins powering up in his hand a powerful ki beam, saying, "This should be just enough to injure him but keep him alive. I'm sorry, but you forced my hand, son." Forming the energy into an even bigger ball before ultimately launching it straight towards Arj. Arj, meanwhile, just barely struggles to get up from the previous attack, saying, "All he did was tap me, but my whole body's in pain." But eventually, he looks up and is shocked by what he sees above him. No! What is that? And coming straight towards the unsuspecting Arj is a massive energy ball, bigger than anything he's ever seen before, one let out by a Super Saiyan. As Arj watches on helplessly, knowing there's nothing he can do to stop such power, he reflects, "No, he was playing with me the whole time. Everybody was counting on me, but I've let them down." He closes his eyes, accepting his end, and continues one final time, "I'm sorry, Mother. I'm sorry, Master." But just as the beam gets close to Arj, a mysterious figure appears and knocks him away with just one arm. And from Arj, straight to Goku instead. But of course, without any hesitation or flinching, Goku with a smile stares the beam head on and brings out a single finger saying, "Whoa, another strong guy? This might just get interesting. Let me get this out of the way first though." And instantly deflects Raditz's Super Saiyan attack with just that low finger, sending it flying behind him to cause a devastating explosion. But meanwhile with Arj, who realizes quickly that he's still alive and been saved, looks up only to see a familiar silhouette blocking the sun, and he lets out, "Huh? I'm alive! Wait, is that you? Master? Master Oob! You came!" And standing there fearlessly, staring into the soul of Raditz, the invader who just attacked his pupil is Oob, the reincarnation of Kid Buu. Raditz, meanwhile, is left in a state of shock as he ponders briefly, "What the? Who is that? Another one? He knocked my attack away like it was nothing. He couldn't be an Earthling. Don't tell me! He's mine too!" But Raditz soon then has a closer look and notices the child's age and his lack of tail, continuing, "No, he's way too young. It would be impossible for him to be mine, surely. Unless the women of Earth here have different reproductive cycles to the female Saiyans. No, that's unlikely given Kakarot's kids. Not to mention, he hasn't even got a tail like Arj. I don't know who he is, but that strength is not Earthling strength. Something isn't right here. What? He's coming up here to talk or to fight. I can't read his expression. But just as Raditz tries to watch him closer, Oob immediately shoots off in his direction, with an emotionless face that leaves everything to the imagination. But just as fast as he shot off, his speed allows him to instantaneously slam his fist through the solar plexus of Raditz, causing the Saiyan to cough out blood in pain. What power! While the shy Oob still remains completely silent. Swiftly then maneuvering to kick Raditz from his backside, sending him flying to the ground in a crash landing. Raditz, now bloodied and angered, tries his best to get up, grunting. This planet is full of freaks! Who are these guys? What kind of Earthling overpowers a Super Saiyan? Just wait till I get my hands on you! But unbeknownst to Raditz, while he moans, Oob flips back and readies a powerful heel first kick, falling down at incredible speed. Already? Leaving Raditz shocked again as he cannot move in time to stop the attack. But luckily, just in the nick of time, a familiar arm intervenes and blocks Oob's powerful kick. And standing there unfazed as the impact causes waves of debris to push on Arj and Raditz is Goku, who lets out, "Sorry Raditz, I know you said not to help, but I think it's my turn now. I let you fight the other guy, but this one's all mine." Goku, looking up at the familiar young man, then says, "I thought I recognized this place. When Dende first showed me you were here, I totally forgot. But I knew inside I'd run into you one day myself. So, you must be Oob, right?" Huh? Which understandably shocks the young villager as he mutters back, How does he know who I am?" But that was it for today's video, guys, and if you made it this far, leave me a hashtag Oob in the comments down below, and